Okay, so I want to show what see us during after lunch, and where today we are combining a land defenders meeting here in Kahnawake with the regular scheduled reconstitution process. So here, the meeting is supposed to start at 1 o'clock. As you can see, there's nobody here, nobody showed up, it's just us, one, two, three, four, five of us and a guest from external. And so, we're gonna wait here till 1:30 at least. And if the meeting, if nobody shows up for the meeting, then we're just gonna give an update from the previous meeting to now. Nobody actually has to be here for that. But what we have to understand is that this is the first time ever that I've ever seen outside of a movement that Bo Curut started way back in the early 80s. That the late Bo Curut started a cleanup of part of Kahnawake, where everybody knows is what's called as the Bay. Cleanup of that Bay area, and that brought together. Bo managed to bring many different peoples together from the community, you know, like the different factions, so to speak. And everybody went there and cleaned the place up. Prior to that, it was a dump. It was a dump site, basically. You know, the same as the way that the quarry across the street from my place was a dump site. And if we didn't start cleaning that place up back in 1993, I think it was, or 4, that the quarry today would be complete hazard zone. You know, it would be completely polluted because we pull cars out of there. We pull dozens of computers. We pull bicycles, all kind of other garbage, TV sets, and different metal. You know, out of I used to dive to the bottom and take the stuff out of there. And for the cars, we had some local divers and one of the local steel erection companies donate their crane, and local divers came and they pulled out 4 cars out of the quarry over the years. So, anyways, if we did not come together, different dynamics of the community, then that quarry would not be clean. The water would be filthy. The land would not be. It wouldn't be accessible. You don't see the light on?
Yeah, I know, it's just because we say that there's a lot of people, so we just.
Well, it's the room. For echo, there's nothing that's gonna be able to be done about that because this room is not conducive to good sound. It's very echoish. I don't know if you can see the shape of the ceiling here, you know, so very hard wood surface, so very echoey. We're not gonna get a good sound, so that's part of what is the sacrifice here today. Okay, so anyways, like I was saying, the only time that I've ever seen in my lifetime, which is 61 years now, almost 62, I've only seen people in Kahnawake come together one other time to clean the land, to concerned individuals about the land and actually doing something about it. So to know that this is what's happening again, you got to consider the reality of Kahnawake, the dynamics of Kahnawake. We are divided. That's everybody's divided in that group, in this group, in that group, but yet these groups are all connected to each other, but somehow we live all in the same space without actually having contact with each other. It's a crazy circumstance, but this is the community of Kahnawake, and this is the end result of systemic colonial genocide. As a result of systemic colonial genocide, the purpose and intent is to divide people so that the people cannot stand in a common front against anything. And so what we are seeing today, the reason why the first meeting was held last full moon, was because of there is an advancement of the genocide rolling over. That's like a blanket, if you can imagine, rolling over the community. And as it rolls over, it covers up. You know, so just roll a carpet out over your floor, and the parts that you see, you can no longer see it. And as the carpet rolls out more, eventually you will not see any part of your floor. And this over our environment, where the people no longer have any say whatsoever about what is happening to the land around us. We see vast devastation of the lands here now, vast deforestation. If you can look at a satellite image of Kahnawake, say from the 80s, you're going to see a lot of green. Even just 10 years ago, you would see a lot of green all over Kahnawake. But if you look at a satellite image now, a current one, you will see the deforestation of Kahnawake taking place, the degreening of it. What is happening here? Native people, you would think, why are Native people cutting down the trees? Why would we do that? Why do we cut down the trees to build a park? Why are we doing this on both ends of town? When you think of the ways into Kahnawake, like from external. Well, there's basically, there is three pathways into Kahnawake, but there's two main ones. The 138 going to Shaggy and the 132 going to Chelsea, San Francisco. And you see on both of these roads, both of these highways now, deforestation for them to build parking lots. Parking lots for an illegal casino, parking lots for tourist attraction for the other illegal casino on the 132. And so they're parking lots, what they're building for casinos, for tourist attractions. They're claiming that on the 132, that it is a, I don't know, they're claiming that they're building there. Do you know what it is? They're claiming a cultural center or something? Oh, yeah. Right next to the survival school. Think of this. Why is there a cultural center on the highway, right next to the survival school, where the survival school in the first place shouldn't be, right on the highway? But if they're thinking to accommodate what? The children of the survival school? No way. This is a municipal taxation investment. That's what they are doing there on the 132, building a cutting down all the trees, but they didn't have to do. Because if you look just closer towards the Clay Hills, closer towards the stoplight, the second stoplight, that there's vast open area. There's already a parking lot that they have there. The illegal casino across the street. So why do they have to chop down adjacent to 400 feet away? There's already an open lot with acres of trees not there already. Why is this being done? Obviously, you can see there is no management of the lands that the people of Kahnawake have access to. We have no say over what is happening. It is the illegal ban system that is pushing now their taxation investment structures. And this is what is happening there. They're calling it a cultural center, but it's not that. You know that there is already a cultural center in the middle of Kahnawake. This would be the place to keep it, in the middle of the people, not out there on the highways. This is a bad reverse thinking. It's not forward thinking. It's not about what will bring in tax dollars, tourist dollars from the white man, from the outside. And so basically, the development of Kahnawake is to accommodate the white man. Now, the white man is already systemically colonial genocide upon us and put us on this also. The system is continually negotiating. They are, what's the proper term? When you acquiesce, it's an acquiescence. So, this is all that the plan system does is, when they go to so-called negotiations, they go to bend over backwards, kiss the white man's ass, and take whatever the white man is hammering down their throats. And this is the policy for what Kahnawake is seeing right now, a so-called, whatever that is, they call that again, if it's cultural center or whatever, next to the survival school, where they clear cut all the trees, acres and acres of trees unnecessarily. This is an investment of the white man, an investment in genocide. To remove our trees, that's their investment, because it's an investment in their future to make sure that we are no longer here taking care of our land and living and being as within our identity. So this is what this, what the agenda is here today in this meeting, to continue on from the first meeting, as to what everything is just there. So, as we see, there's just a few people coming in now, and we're supposed to begin at 1. So we're gonna be kind of quiet right now, sitting around waiting until, whoever else gets here. I open myself, I'm not staying here any longer than, what time is it now?
129.
1:29? Okay, well, I can't say 1:30. I ain't staying here any longer than, okay, 2 o'clock. After that, if there's nobody here, or no matter who's here, we're gonna have the meeting together just to discuss as to what the, updates are. You know, the things that, that's, because we don't have together to have things advanced. All we have to do is everybody know what was said here at the last meeting, and everybody would know that it's their, initiative to take action on these things. We're gonna wait for a little bit until all of you can go. If anybody knows anybody from Kahnawake, say an elder, would be interested in this, but can't make it here. If you know somebody at home that could help them get on Zoom, maybe, you know, that, while we're discussing things. Bring any of your, sequence? Actually, no. Okay, well, we brought our hemp seeds. Maybe, maybe just so that people know, see it, know it and see it, they'll come and get it, and it might be. And it's still, stick it out, we have it here, we got it, you can, pick it up at any time in these meetings. But if I don't have the next meeting, that would be pretty close to planning. It might even be, beyond the first time. So. We're looking at other on our rules. Well,
That's for food
it's full,
fiber still.
but the reality of all that things they say, after the leaves and the. I mean, the seed is basically the thing. You don't need the rest, maybe, I don't know, maybe if something processed it. I think yeah, there's probably, for us, we're not experts in hemp. You know, there's people who have been, planting and dealing with hemp longer than us. All we're doing is in the last couple of years, we identified everybody plant hemp, clean the air, clean the water, clean the soil. So other people are more experts in that field than us. We don't really know, except we're just jumping in there and planting and sharing the seeds with everybody.
Said every year, the RCMP going there, and whether marijuana, tenants can be planted there. Why they plant out
This was, all the elders knew in Kahnawake, they were doing it when I was a kid. Our CMP was still on the highway here, and they were going to the farms and cutting down wherever it was growing, because it was still growing natural. And when I was a kid, mid-60s, late 60s, it was still, popping up naturally.
Somebody have, no, not off.
Well, the plant, hemp and marijuana, the fiber, you can do the exact same thing with it. The only reason why there's a focus on hemp as opposed to marijuana is because the white man says. Because the white man says this is illegal. Who the hell cares what the white man says? So the same usage that you get out of hemp, you get that out of marijuana too. So, yeah, the stock, the stock of the marijuana, it's the same like constitution as hemp. So you can do all the same things with it. Like the Tuscarora, people of the shirt. We used to get our shirts from them. Everybody used to get our clothing from them. It was a trade that was throughout the eastern seaboard, different people trading different things. We used to get all of our clothing from them. When you look at the non-natives depictions of us when they first met us, we got nice clothes on, nice shirts, nicer than what they had. They didn't have as nice clothes as what we had. And they sure as hell were not clean like us. We all know how filthy the Europeans were. They didn't even wash up. So the application of these things within us is historic. It's been there all along. Different peoples utilizing the different medicines, of course, for different reasons. The marijuana was used by our people as medicine, not the way that people are using it today, but as medicine. When you think of, we're a matrilineal society. Well, how did the women curtail any young men who were, say, acting out of good behavior? If they were like rough with the young girls, or if they whatever, just acting like idiots or whatever. Well, then the medicine peoples would then prescribe that for them to calm them down, to bring them back into an acceptable behavioral standard. So this is something when the white man comes in and disrupts a society, there is absolutely everything in our society that is forgotten. And what is that? Absolutely everything within creation that we have been connected to, that we've utilized as medicines, all of that. It's just gone. Just like that, in an instance, wiped out. Just like how in Kahnawake here, in every society, all it takes is 50 years to wipe out the collective memory of the society. That's why Kahnawake now, we're at a 50-year anniversary of the division of Kahnawake. Because the division of Kahnawake happened in 1974. It stemmed from the riots in 73, but the riot in 73, that was in the fall time. It was like right, school was just coming back in, so it was around mid-September-ish. And of course, it was an event that lasted about a month, really, the whole action of it. So the original division of Kahnawake and all the 5 nations is 50 years ago. And that's why today, right now, I say this is the only reason why something like this is happening again, because the collective consciousness is aware that it's like life leaving, like an animal dying or something. You know, its last breaths, if we try to kick it and try to stay alive. That's what I say what these readings are, because the 50-year memory erased, where it was a collective knowledge, where it was still one people. Kahnawake was one people. There was only one longhouse. You know, so one longhouse minded community and nation. That's within our lifetime. But guaranteed, none of you remember that. Okay, I know that the ages that you're at, it's impossible for you to know that. Impossible to remember. You'll remember. But anybody younger than us, anybody that's younger than 55 is not gonna know. Because I was there at the age of 12, witnessing it, seeing it, observing the whole thing. So I know that if anybody, say, 5 years younger than me, not gonna remember nothing. If I was 12, 5 years, they're gonna be 7. They might remember images and stuff like that, you know, but they won't know the like the dynamics that was going on. But to think of, even if people were not in the longhouse at that time, there was a reality of Kahnawake was still like this. Because when I was, let's say, how old was I? I must have been maybe 6 or 7. So around 68, 69. I'm hanging on the school bus in front of my Auntie Elvis in the village. And I forget who the school bus driver was. Anyways, hanging on the school bus, and the bus driver gets out, comes and kicks my ass. And we're right in front of my grandmother's. And I say to the bus driver, I'm going in to tell my father. Like my father's going to do something. When I went in to tell my father kicked my ass again. And he brought me outside and dragged me out in front of the bus driver, and he thanked the bus driver for kicking my ass. That's when Kahnawake was one-minded, where you could take care of each other's children without somebody raising a bloody murder, you know, like you're gonna, like you got no business correcting my child. But your child is being a monster in public, in front of everybody, and nobody's got the right to correct them. Kahnawake was that one community where everybody took care of everybody's children until 74. So we're at the 50-year deadline of where after 50 years, there is no more collective consciousness to the people. They like the young ones will not be able to deal with like the mess that we handed to them, because they got no clue up to what happened. So it's a crucial time, 50-year time frames, because it's a time of either you lose identity or you hang on to it. And so this is why I say that this is why these meetings have come about. You know, maybe it's you at your house where you started to look at and to be concerned about it, but it is a reflection of the collective of Kahnawake. So, anyways, so who's going to do the opening today then? Who's the eldest? Who's the eldest here? I don't know. That would be you. You're the eldest. Will you open it? Huh? You can do it?
I don't know the whole thing.
Doesn't matter.
No, more like this. Right. Porque el tío me caracteriza por su fortuna, amiga de mi no hay ese amigo que se llama no está aquí, es no hay, es enamorado de la gente, es enamorado de la cultura, es enamorado de la cultura, es enamorado de la comunidad, es enamorado de grupos, es enamorado de la cultura, es enamorado de la gente, es enamorado de la cultura, es enamorado de la familia, es enamorado de people de cultura, es enamorado de un grupo de mujeres, es enamorado de creer o orar. Es enamorado de es enamorado de el estado de es enamorado de cualquier es enamorado
Yeah, yeah. Everybody does, openings differently. I'm sure you can remember, each of us can remember as different elders that were doing openings in the longhouse. That, it depended on who it was, how long it would take. Remember how long that way would take? And what we would do? And in the meet, and while he's talking, you think he's gonna fall over almost. Yeah, he'd be standing there. Like you think he's gonna fall over. But anyways.
We just lost it. Junior Jacobs.
Junior Jacobs.
Yeah. That's the way.
Joel's father?
Yeah, man. Joel just told me.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He was yeah, he was a very sick one. And he's gonna be laid out at the. Yeah.
Well, he lasted a long time then. How old was he? 90 something?
He's 80-something years old. Yeah. He was at Canterbury Hospital all this time.
I thought he was like the same age as my father.
No, he don't. He was one of the younger ones. He was married, he was married with a husband, like one of his husbands. And they all hung up together, but they were the younger. The younger one, that died.
Yeah, I just remember like when I was a kid there, everybody, elders, a certain group, like grouping of elders. Or like my mother and father's age and other people in that age bracket. I didn't really know the ages. But the different openings that people done, that, depending on what it was, some people would take really long, some people would do it really fast. Some people were more like, focused on like what's happening immediate, like in sensing like the urgency that the people have, like to say, they'll hurry up and they'll do it. And other people, they just didn't care. They just went on and on. Open.
Well, they named everything, They named all the animals, the different species of birds. Yeah.
Maybe what I've been doing because of time constraints is that generalities, blocks of things, group it all together, and then just to identify if there's anything left out, but for everybody to put in its proper place. That way, if anybody doesn't mention the things that we're supposed to be focused on, then it's in everybody's minds. The update, are you gonna give the update on all the issues from the last time?
Where do you want to start?
From the beginning.
From the beginning, we had one complaint, the smells, asphalt burning. People didn't die, there's one infection. That's to start with. There was the asphalt, illegal asphalt plant. Years of reports of something there, something very, since the 80s, remember, company with heavy dust pollution. So we started noticing a few years back, it was heat waves in the roof. How, now we're going to find things where, fuels that were dumped. Finding all sorts of substances, taking it back to the FDA, Victor Bolt, one miles, proceeded in the small color. Further investigations are coming up in a few weeks. We're going to the chapter. We were made reports to also back in November, December, we had a meeting, December, we report the alcohol and figure out what's going on and come to find out, they just find a way to make them permits, keep them going, but they have no permits to do anything. They have no permits for the concrete production, the recycling, recycle concrete there. We were making hot asphalt, doing all kind of ridiculous things, but no permits. Only thing I did have one firm that we use more comfort than a lot of it. Well, say 200,000 plus a year. So, run around from the neighbors. Everybody's suffering from some type of respiratory infection, rashes, like I said. A lot of people in the area got lung cancer. When I know. Rare cancer, skin cancer. There's been deaths in the area. All things that they're gonna raise my concern. As well as the neighbors. Constantly need to care. We're put on hold. So we had independent studies done. First thing was air analysis from JC to Corey Road. Finding heavy air pollution, heavy air pollution. Marshmallows, and we also came across some byproducts. They're incinerated, they're associated with incineration of water and steel. We don't know exactly what yet, but we have reports from neighbors that there's small fertilizers, like small that we sell in my home. There's a mild day and it was open and shut out the cradle line. When I called it, I just so happened to buy a new coffee pot that day and I plugged it in, there was coffee that evening. And coffee pot more than that. The next day my wife called me off the road. I came to the back. You smell that last night? All the way it was from a beverage. The burning stuff. Everything legally you can think about doing that the SOBs are doing. Apparently they are inside our waters. And I will be we're gonna look for what's says it's not. Everything around it is not. Wire says it's natural, you can not over there. We had improper testing done. anyway. Figure out what's going on, what we call trace amounts of banned substances. As far as I know, what anything on there, I'll have to do it over again. But everything I come up with is pretty accurate. Anything I say here or mentioned environment council displayed it. I'm last that. What? Oh, yeah. You're trying to find all the parameters are like, no, currently you set parameters. Parameters are. What parameters making cost? Yeah, you know, gasoline, PCBs, each one has a formula. Compound. My daughter. From what I know, there's 100 heavy metals on the planet. That could be easy to look at. But when you're looking for organic compounds, right, we just only apply to get together. Overall, there's 36,000 organic compounds. So these are no vision. What are you looking at? Combining substances that the environment says is natural, that has sparkle in eco flakes. Eco flakes are part of the cosmic sparkles. The two heavy metals associated with it, I believe it was copper and lead. From pigmatites, different type of minerals. Heavy metals from the rocks. But it's elevated. Nature puts anything out, detected by micrograms per liter. You're looking at 0.35 micrograms per liter. Natural. The government has settings for a level of 1 or 2. They're finding these things in abundance at 80, 90. So that's all management. Finding like brown fiber. Oil. On top of it, around where it's stuck in your fire, finding like blue. No sparkle in that. Our quarries are doing in UK, the States. They work with different people like most ankles and things like that. You gotta really watch out for that. They're looking at a lot of things that are associated with samples, boys or chemicals. These people put pipes in the ground and go water main and build up. Just to get rid of it. Anything like that. The level of these guidelines, but rather than organics, compounds is regardless. I don't trust the compound at all. One reason for that is because papers and elders came up with papers that showed that there was an organization, I don't know what we call it, TFTA. It's Conditional Forest Protection and Aquatics. They make the dumpster. They make the Suzanne River, the Gulf Coast. All the Polymer's Creek. They turn this place into a dump. In the 80s, there was a lot of controversy on the farm because the unfortunate fix the global dump. Water didn't have to go to the council and get water out. involved and nothing really funded, so we went to nothing. He's not long later, the DSBA, or we do about all the environment and one, if anybody else there, all down wrong, all crap, anyway. But this is nothing, but I don't trust them. I don't trust them at all. For one reason, because of things that I point out, they claim is not. It's not part of it. Some of them are, all up on the. I've never seen smart organization. Myself, I don't. We do more of the. We have a adult. 60s. Samples of the herbicide, going out the herbicide. I don't know what that project is.
When you said that they left that, who left that? And what was the context?
Benjamin, Stacy, some of the you say, and so I everything happened, so I would see real environment. Not somebody that took somebody from there and put them there. These people went to school.
Who is this Benjamin Stacy?
Benjamin,
In one like that, I had one trouble. You know, people.
He works in the environment office?
no. What's his name there? Bob Ross.
Okay, so it's somebody, it's not from town. Okay, just for all of us to understand, when we're talking about somebody, if it is somebody not from town that we know, we should just say it's a non-native, not from town, just working for this. Because otherwise, when you said Stacy, you sure we're all thinking that, somebody from town.
Maybe half, I don't know, we just moved back here, so I don't know where it was that we did. Yeah.
That's why I thought it was possible.
Yeah, there's Green and Grand River too. So. Possibly some. But they outright left that you?
I don't know, looking at the natural, hydrocarbon test, acid test. You're adding out a little black stick, put in, you see them? You're going, all works about. Yeah, a little, all, how you got it, kerosene, diesel. Put the stick in, that stick in the thing with it, least. I don't think anything in that, make it do that all. If you put it in oil, and put it in oil, you got it. Think that a little bit stronger and small water. So. So I'm gonna find out what's going on, but I step around.
Okay, from my side,
On my side, to eliminate that.
myself, I thought about this is that right now, this is your experience with the band system. And it's like just stuck in that loop. They can laugh at you, they can shrug you off, do
This
everything.
is my father. That's not gonna happen.
Well, this, for myself, what I would say that we gotta do is that whenever, how many of us can, get up to your place, we set a date and we go out there and you take us around and you show us these different places, we video it, we do a live thing saying, okay, this is here, this is what we're looking at now. And then you can explain, this is when I showed them this is where they laughed at me for this, and this is where they denied. But then you can show us this, because in the people's minds, it's just not real until they see it, until,
I already think that,
yeah.
What if you get people from, But that was done from my one, but that was my one too. And nobody's ever went there to check that out or anything,
no.
no.
Well, the heat better, my wife doesn't go up next to that too, and he said, Terry, but you wanna see, something that just board up one? Go ahead, and something. It's been here, it's been going, big money.
Well, when we lived on the farm there, we only lived there for 2 years. When I was 10, that's 72. That we used to go skate in the swamps there, and I'd play in there, in the summertime. No matter where you were in that swamp, if you did that, a stick, and did that a lot, you see the oil. That was happening when I was there.
But they, there's not much, I don't trust for them, they condone these things back in the day, in the 50s, the 70s. They condone it to today.
Right up until today.
That's why there's 125 kids with asthma. Here, Boston Road, and development, where they smell these things at night, burning wires and.
I don't have to make sense of them, because, what are you talking about burning, like, wires and all this and stuff, right? I have apple trees in my yard that I planted, one died, and my apples are always cold, the last 2 years coated in black. I don't know what kind of substance it is, but, yeah, I grow green apple, and they cold, black, like, looks like tar.
The apple or the tree?
The apples. And the trees in my area are all dying. All the trees, but I don't know, I put it towards the drain, when they spray it, that's what I treated it, that's what it's from. Yeah. After that, I'm a lot of stuff. I don't understand, all the green apples can turn black, and it looks like, no one spray paint something, you have little dots on it, when you try to wash it off, that's what it looks like.
Burning.
What does it look like inside the apple? Is it,
The apple's okay, it's just like on the outside, like on the skin.
you wouldn't eat that.
Well,
Nobody's-
no, I try washing it and I'll plan and I think I need this. I eat it, and in the last 2 years, my garden itself, that didn't really grow.
How long have you been planting?
Well, geez, I've been living on the same place over 30 years.
And never had any problem planting before?
Never had problem. No,
Is it all of the stuff that you're planting or just certain things having a hard time?
tomatoes don't grow properly. And, the apples, I haven't really planted in the last 2 years, because nothing really grows. Like it'll start, the plant will grow, it will fruit itself, but it'll grow. You'll have very few of whatever, last year, tomato plants that were 50. So it makes sense, because we need that, yeah.
We had plum trees. We had, I don't know, maybe a small orchard, about 6 or 8 of them. And when he was a kid in, going to school up the hill. So we sent plums in, nice big plums to all the students that had them. But a couple of years, later there was black. Like, if this is the branch, it'd be like a growth on it, black, and it was all over, and it spread from one tree to just the plum trees it attacked. It didn't affect any other trees.
Well, I'm surprised because that's a fence or chicken. Did you see if you find a tree that has it on it, you cut it down and burn it. Burn it because it will start affecting all the trees around it. Unless maybe there were one specific area and not close enough to the other trees, where the birds wouldn't after.
So maybe what we're gonna have to start looking at in long-term care remediation is maybe we're gonna have to go out and determine certain trees that are already sick and cut our losses on those, cut those and replace them with others, you know, that we know what happened to all the ash trees. Ash trees are all basically all gone.
Well, on that, which, for a lot of the biggest one. Me, I find it was a real dimension of the river of perch, fish had a lot of fish. Perch getting smaller and there isn't so many. Or you play the freshwater aquarium. Really my fish even your old first I found back we
I see a lot of shoots coming back of the ash. I see a lot of those coming.
you look at the tree itself, it's dead. Trying to die by it.
I believe that on lumber yard, I guess you could say, there on the highway. Because when they all Montreal has all in trees and stuff, they cut them all down and they got them here, didn't go along with, near the bingo. And it's still going to be fair. I don't know who owns it, what it is, but my actually died not long, maybe within 2 years of that, I've been moving them all over here. But Montreal has to get rid of them and they go from here. Yeah, yeah. But you find, toxins, it's right on the highway, right near the bingo. Yeah, I don't know. We're talking about it, how much even, they're right, a lot of them. And they're still dumping there. You don't know what they're dumping. You don't know what they're dumping. You don't know all that. Yeah, I'm like, they're only that one. Yeah, yeah.
Well, as far as that goes, we could say like for the ash, the emerald ash borer, it didn't come from those trees. But the reality, emerald ash borer started coming at us from Ontario about 15, 20 years ago. And it slowly made its way this way. It was already on the South Shore 10 years ago. We have a town called in Franklin where 10 years ago they were stricken by the emerald ash borer. It's just that it took longer for it to hit us. It was inevitable.
They also go out with grapes, so they have grape wines going there. The big green ones and purple ones and what have a meaning. I just like it straight in it. I was putting in the botanical books there.
You know, there could be stuff coming that we're not aware of, like as the environment changes, you know, there could be like a new strain of like a virus or something, you know, that only comes about at this time. Maybe it was never there. It only comes about because of the change in the environment, the temperatures, all of that stuff, you know, and it would never be there, but all of a sudden we wouldn't actually detect it until it rolls right over us.
Well, I would actually say, once that lump was put to rest, if you dump in the city, I had those animal ash bugs by thousands. And it lasted for 2 years, now it's barely any. I don't know what's happening now, because we're not having any problems in the city anymore, because there's still up in the streets there, and people are still doing this, they would,
I think it must be that it's gotta be a certain, size ash tree for them to be able to, because you see the smaller ones, like the small shoots, they're not bothering them. There's some, in my yard, I had to cut down a big ash like this, and from the bottom, a whole bunch of shoots grew up. And those ones are coming up front. So it seems like it's gotta be a certain size in order to. Maple, no. They don't go up.
I don't know.
Well, something, I know this last spring, I don't know if anybody else seen this, a lot of maple, seeds coming up. All over the place, all over my yard. We don't plant them. And I never seen them like this. All of a sudden, like, right behind our house, a whole bunch of them came up like this height. Like, just in the springtime, like all of a sudden you just see them. But they were all over the place. And then, the person that we wanted to prank them, they said that they got an abundance of maple shoots, saplings coming up also last year. So maybe, like, over, let's say, like maybe over a period of like 50 years, there's a compensation happening. What's going on with the ash trees all disappearing? Maybe there's a compensation for them to like get out of the way and give room to the neighbors. Anything like this, it's a matter of us having access to the same statistics. Like what you said about your trees, where you're at, it might be specific just to that area, like maybe whatever's around, and stuff like with me. What's happening with my trees this year, I never seen this happen. We've had 2 trees uprooted. Never happened in my whole life. I never seen it. Well, this on our property, as you know, up there, it's all stone. I mean, the dirt that we got, it's really just topsoil. I mean, no matter where you are up there, different parts of the yard, you can dig down maybe 3 feet and then we're hitting off. Other parts maybe 4 feet, give or take a little bit. So, and the time we moved in there, 74, I started cutting down all the thorn trees there, right from the road. It was like that, thick, all the way to the OCR. And I've never seen any trees becoming uprooted. Even during the ice dam, no trees were uprooted. They were all broken. This year, this is the first year, like I said, one tree is a Manitoba maple. We could say maybe, if we understand that. But then another tree is a thorn tree. And those things are like solid as steel. For say doing work around the yard or something, you can anchor off to a thorn tree. You're not gonna anchor off to some of the other trees, you might break them or pull them off. A thorn tree, you're certain that thing is solid. But one of those thorn trees from the storms this winter, couple those. That means the ground, something looks softer. And we noticed this also, that he's softer. And I can see since there's a little slope from the front of our yard going to the 207, there's a little slope. Now we can see, almost like you can see like an underground stream, but seeing like the indentation in the land, in the soil. And we can see that right from now with the snow cover.
Like, look like 2017, all on the right hand side, so the landfill, not the landfill, the water coming somewhere, and you're lower, you're there. Because we didn't have it lower and you it. And you might be getting all of them.
Plus, don't forget the dump was right there too. You know, that dump was never cleaned out or anything, it was just pushed over. But at least there, we don't have, like that, from that dump, the town dump that was there, we've never experienced any kind of, leakage or anything that you might associate with being next to a dump.
Yeah, they burn everything all the time.
Right.
Remember that fire that used to burn, that never went away, never went out, there was a fire there. No, and, Urban.
Oh, yeah. Mhm. I think we got one. It's all over gonna look. I think it's all just once. So, okay, what, on this thing then, what I would propose is that, we pick a date sometime from now before the next, I would say before April 8th, before the, if we pick a date where a bunch of us go out to your property and you show us, walk us through the places that you identify as being contaminated, we go there, we do a live. Each of us maybe we'll go to your place too. My place, it's really just these trees that fell over. That I don't know if that would be in the same thing. But if we take a date for us to all go do this, we do a Facebook Live, we make it public, you know, as public as possible. Just to get something moving, you know, that at least have the public knowing that this is happening in their properties, in their lives.
And that's the strange thing too, because, woman don't know, because I made an above ground garden, and it's still like that, still,
You got lunch?
I want soil, I have. One or two, five, or eight. And then, I did walk. Well, don't forget, I'm down, I'm not far from you. If you go back to the block, I'm not far from you. So I don't know, because I live for that song before they,
They can move that. Everybody's.
yeah, if I take the filter, I have a filter that pulls air inside from outside, block it in your shirt within 3 months.
Out there.
Well, there's another one in there, it's probably, yeah, and I would see if I can find, some of the, if I double construction,
Your house. You know what? You will see this on YouTube.
Okay, so then you know what we gotta do? Whenever you're willing to do this, when's the next time you change your air filter? Okay, how about this? If somebody, make a live video as you changing it, you document it, and you say this is part of, what was determined in the land defenders meeting, that for us to properly monitor, now I'm gonna monitor my air filter, here I'm changing it now on this date, and we're gonna go back and, take it out, on whatever you identify within, you said 3 months. So then in 3 months, you go back and do it, take it out and show everybody that. Because imagine, we all know if that's in your air filter, imagine what's in your lungs, what's in your kids' lungs.
no, maybe, or two. I love both neighbors on both sides sometimes, and just, in the past 2 years, I don't know.
Oh, it's snowing or it's snowing very winter, then like, going on for a couple of years, apparently.
Now, like I said, I don't live that far from you, so it's quite complicated. Last season.
So, okay, what we gotta do then to make it more precise is that, we'll show a map of Kahnawake. We'll show where he is, where you are. Just on the map, and show that this is where your place is, or you're changing the air filter. And maybe somebody else in the area who can do the same thing. You know, just to show the differences so that we can gauge it ourselves. Because right now, you got that information, but the rest of Kahnawake doesn't know that your air filters are turning black. You know,
Yeah, I really, the one in the house, not that clean. Like I have a dog with myself, it's a double, there's a double. You'll get it really hard to.
how often do you change them? Is that what's recommended? And when's the last time you changed it?
Maybe in November.
Have you noticed if there's a difference, like,
Supplies in my house, yeah. And usually before, like, I was there when I was the first. First, like, 15 years I lived there. My house didn't get dust in it at all. Because the air, it filters go to there. It freezes it. But
All that way, food. Towards the moving off, and you go all that way, you see a lot of, in the winter, a lot of, rainbow sparkles all over. And you don't see,
you see the twinkle, that's what you're talking about?
no, what I see in the water is dust, so cool.
Oh, okay.
But this is like rainbow. You know, there, that, you got kind of stuff, the funky one. You go there and just that. Or stick it out, when I came out from there. The rocks were spinning, and
have you noticed with your filters over the years, if it's, different in the winter and summer? So then, even if it's not summertime, or somebody driving along down the road and there's dust, it's still the same thing in the winter though.
Yeah.
Here, this guy was, I think it's, natural, everybody will conclude, and every, scientist would identify that, particles in the air are worse in the summertime than winter anyways. So, but the fact that you see the same thing in winter or summer, you know, tells us that it's a consistent thing that we can't really attribute it, say, to dust on roads or something.
I also believe that a lot comes from the trains. And I question how come Kahnawake is the only community that doesn't have cement walls.
Doesn't have what?
Cement walls. You know, they put walls up on where the communities to avoid the dust and everything. Kahnawake doesn't have that. The highway is the same thing. Noise pollution is horrible. And that's another one.
set the morning pool.
I know they make sure that they blow those train horns more than outside.
I know it's not something you can get it, it's on, it doesn't stop,
You know when they started doing that? When they blocked the tracks in Valentina. Yeah, but afterwards, because we found out that there's the engineers, like, it's not official, you know, like there was no official, they do this, but the engineers, they all know that when you're going through native communities, You blow your horn when you're not supposed to. Because as you know, here, from up the hill, I can hear 2, 3 in the morning. The train's coming,
the train,
oh,
the train wakes everybody up.
and they're not supposed to.
And then if people complain that they did a protest, everything, it stopped, maybe 4 or 5 weeks, and then it starts all over again.
It's because it's the engineers themselves, whatever their union is, for them, they said that since the Kahnawake blocked the tracks there, what was that, 2, 3, 4 years ago? You know, for the pipeline and support of the pipeline out west. Since then, wherever they're going across Canada, the trains, the engineers are blowing the horns when they know, like it's, when they're not supposed to, as you know, like in the nighttime, I think it's like after 9 or 10 o'clock.
And that's it, it's all supposed to be, but this has been going on for more than like 7 years, ever since I moved here.
Noise pollution, air pollution, land pollution, water pollution,
Yeah,
polluting our traditional line.
So just a general overall monitoring is what we gotta show. Say, even for something like this is pollution, sound pollution, even for something like that, you know what, if we go out to, I'm sure we all got non-native friends, you know, live on the outside, they don't experience that.
no, they don't. There was one that was living at, what's the name, in Grand Boulder, so it's on the street from me. Native woman, who stayed there, straight to the living, in family, family. She was living in St. Christopher, with some of the she moved in with family, and then she only stayed in the family, so we were not going to meet with that kind of special thing, because they don't have, and they stop in the back of the girl, to other movies, how they can stop, because they don't do it.
Oh. So general overall monitorings is what we all gotta do. So, okay, look, we all can't stay here all day, but for the things that we identified, would this be acceptable to everybody to choose a date where we're gonna go out to Kerry's property, where he's gonna show us all the stuff, we're gonna videotape it, and we gotta be there to say, oh yeah, yeah. You know, because people gotta see our faces to know that this is something that, well, it's somebody that they know, somebody that they trust, somebody that they know that they're not bullshitting, you know?
As long as it's on a weekend,
Okay, so a weekend.
yeah,
Okay, so if we gotta do this before April 8th, pretty much maybe next weekend,
Next week would be good, it would be nice all week.
would that be acceptable for everybody on what's better, Saturday or Sunday? And and myself, I would say not morning. I would say, like 1 o'clock in the afternoon would be the best time. Unless like for people who are going shopping on Saturday, you think would it be better like maybe 4 o'clock, late afternoon or 1 o'clock?
when you meet, so like whether my families are around.
Okay, so for this, Curry, you got all the emails of everybody that was gathered from last meeting, right?
That's all this.
Okay, so how about for this, like if we just say amongst ourselves right now, next Saturday, that we'll do it. But then Curry's gonna email everybody to just say, okay, we're gonna do it at this time.
Yeah, I won't be there, but I'm just listening to what you're saying and about that. I don't have to run away by this week. And I don't want to.
We were once on the spot, I brought my son back there and the most are.
Yeah.
We have reports for over a decade now. Back that people in this, our area, all suffer from those.
Yeah.
So they're doing something.
Are all the people that are living in that area, are they a part of this with you?
Excuse me?
All the people living in that area, are they all together with you on this?
Yeah. Everybody's down for sampling, but Not just coming into our homes, water, whatever water, air quality, people want to know what's going on.
So do they have themselves, have they gone to doctors to
Yeah.
see what's wrong with their kids and themselves?
Probably, was spoken to when they're supposed to drop their, papers ready, what they've been facing and looking for the past decade or so. I think we've gone worse in the past few years. First, here's what, how many 125 kids, the doctor's gonna give us names, but all they could tell us is that there's 125 kids from Peter Paul.
So you have Tommy here and all those places, but there was something involved,
They don't know what's going on.
because I went to a meeting here. It wasn't advertised, but somebody sent me a message on my phone, people's meeting, I could feel it, people's meeting, on, what night was that? 2 nights ago, anyway. So I walked in and it's the same usual people that go to their meetings. Right, this one, that one, all the same one. So I'm like, what's this meeting all about, you know, people's meetings and shit then. And I don't know who the guy is, I'm not familiar with all those other guys that stand where you know, and all that. But they were talking about your property. And they said that you have so much junk on your property that it might be coming from all of that. And what that why was that slope, that's why I'm asking you about here. To ask him, who was this lawyer, what were they talking about?
What does it look like?
You were involved in it? I think he had a little bookie,
You work that backwards.
I think the name Brandon.
Brandon, he works for the environment.
Okay, so he's the one out of there, he's programmed.
Yeah, he's going around the
They
one.
thought our water that is what contaminated the fires, well, our fires that were gross marshmallows and that.
So if that's what he's doing, then I guess the peacekeepers are involved because they all work together.
Well, of course, we all know that. But,
Although Brandon is one of the ones that discredited me a lot. I went to meetings like this. You know, the little punk, the little.
well, he was saying there was a time that was there. And I called him up, who are you sitting over there? Okay, get up, you know, don't walk way in the back.
Well, he works for the environment. So, he's a fellow over here with you.
But I'm asking you if they're involved because they were all having a conversation about their land and everything else like that, and they said, oh, they didn't find this, there wasn't that.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. Something. One straight. That's why real cycles, not little puppets or animals. Real cycles.
Did you know that they were having a meeting talking about your place the other night? Were you invited to it?
Yeah, I sent them the message. I sent them a message, just like they.
Apparently, JFK was invited June, April 6th. For people to be to ask them what's going on. So,
People's meeting where, at that long?
yeah.
207, they said, people's meeting, but it's all the same usual ones. There was nobody from the. Well, it wasn't advertised, it's that somebody sent it to me. And I said, well, I'm going, and then we called up this upstairs because of the land things and all the poison is there. So me and Harold came down, and I said, get down, get, Marina, who's, from Cornell University, who wanted to come to Kahnawake, but they said,
We met with her.
yeah, see, there you go, you know what I'm talking about,
Yeah.
because I heard her well. And Tom here, they said, oh, well, we should go on with this, and, we'll talk to Terry again, and maybe we can get a lot of support for when you're having your conference on the night. They'll call, down to us and get a lot of people here to come support you, so the more the merrier. All over.
Yeah. We need that.
Oh, I wanted, was it,
once if he works for them, you know, he's obviously planning about the whole.
They all do.
But no, that's fine. Making real proof is coming, real science, not manipulators and people who, you know,
So what they were talking about, you have university, people come here too?
Yeah.
So now they're saying, well, maybe we should, at this farmhouse, let's start testing our own stuff from now on.
that's it, that's what we gotta do, because you can't trust them, they can do it. Like I said, the DFDA, there was one, that the church brought me here, and the council, they created all of the dumps, they created that. This is brand like this, this is bad, the DFDA, why, because, like, it's, they turn it into, you're gonna all the environment protection. Why, this is all of this, the smartphone industry is one question, artificial intelligence. They're gonna tell you everything you wanna know. You ask me, what did Hitler want to eat for breakfast, what was his favorite breakfast food, tell you. You ask where did food develop, the DNA and run along with the
Yeah, yeah. No,
Okay, there's something here to, for us to understand what's happening. I would imagine that the meeting such as you're talking about hasn't happened in the past. I would say it's only happening as a result of what we brought forward, spawning the meeting last moon. And then this is a result of why we're having a meeting. But to have a meeting as a result of that, and then to have a guy there to say, diminishing, taking away, saying it's because you got so much stuff on your property. Come on. What this what we're seeing is a sabotage.
You JFK from my house, walk the hill, go to the hill. You come from JFK, you walk, you might wish to go down the hill. You can see that when you come. Now, fighting polluted my property, wait, I want to have guys use traffic vehicles, you know. Already around the hill. Back down the other side, they're all broken. Like I said, I'm tired of this training thing. I got real scientists working on this, real, not little punks that will cigarette in school and play softball. I'm not tired of big shit in the environment.
Okay, so
Little puppets.
but inside of it, but you're saying we could decide at 1 o'clock, that way he doesn't have to have any other things to do. Yeah. For the people that are here in all time. And then I can bring you, I can take a video, one time I go to change it, to bring it to you, if you want to see some of those people that.
Well, you have to do the.
No, that's what I mean, I can bring it to you, I can videotape, it,
Anywhere that you got those few names on top of it. From the room or something, but
and you know what would be good too? To identify on video why you don't want to go there, because that's legitimate. That's a legitimate, not necessarily a fear, but a concern. And if people know that there's elders in the community that are actually have this concern, then that's much more than where we were last week. So if next week when we do this, when we go up to your property, is it possible for you to be, maybe not necessarily there, but just to be available as to say the reason why you're not going up? Because have people to say why you're going up there and the ones to say why they're not. Because if you state why you're not, then it establishes in people's minds that This is a problem right now. It's not something we gotta do a study on. You know, do a study, are we stupid? We're not stupid. We know, we've been observing our land since all of us were kids. We know what the differences are, what the changes are. So something like that is important for, an important statement to come from you for the community to see that. They gotta know. So we'll just say then Saturday at 1 o'clock. So is this gonna be good for you next Saturday at 1 o'clock?
Anytime, man. Anytime.
You can see our, little topic.
Okay, so anybody, any one of us should be there or tell somebody else, our friends, our families, to be there present, helpful for them, whether they're for or against, for them to be there. And I would say that since this meeting took place at the 207 and they said to do their own testing, then if you, they should be there also. Let them start doing their own testing, we'll do our own testing. It'll be out of the hands of the corrupt people.
Well, that's what I said, the guys were talking about that, like everybody that was sitting there heard it. And I questioned, I said, wow, I said, this is very interesting. I said, Terry's been talking about this since November. And I said, I got everything that I talked with him, from him. And I said, well, Zachary Road. I said, oh, chief of police, Zachary Road. Well, everybody flocked there. They brought all these experts. I said, what about Terry? Oh, come on, Patty. That's a serious oil spill. I what?
I knew it, because they're blaming it on the
Yeah,
freaking oil
yes,
spill,
yes.
the whole big cover up.
I think it's because we were on to go on the other side, but they thought they could go on the other side, because they don't want to, framework.
Well, we found out, we found out that the owner of that container that has a bill.
He mysteriously died when he was there.
You what?
He mysteriously died days later after that.
Yeah, I heard that too. Yeah.
So, these people that are put against them, so the environment, whoever else is involved with. You know, like, they wanna make promises. People, they're writing checks that they're asking, but when it comes down to it, they gotta face the music to whoever they make these deals with. They ruined their money, they lost their money, they're probably gonna get them arrested for being bad criminals. I'm gonna walk in for you. And they made children sick. They made our elders sick. Now, if you support people, going to get their own people sick children, I know that's probably either a law. You know, you don't want to us and bother us, you stick to them. They got their whole money away. And you know what? I'm gonna help them very. I'm gonna give other information, I ain't stopping, I'm gonna find out exactly what is going on. You do what you want to these people because they're all done and watching, you watch the hand. You know, our money, we're not buying for when they can make money. It's been going on for a long time since the beginning. Every point, everything that the family, all this shit, either gonna do it, gonna be family, either they bury something, or they dump something, put something on. We have a report from an elder. You know that beach that we made on the island? He said it was 15 barrels there. Later.
It's really. When they walked off the way, and then she kind of let it go. There, she kind of like, didn't see him better over like, and she said, now we went back yesterday, she's talking about now there's mounds of where they can have. Like, the color was
What was that?
I don't know.
Near the beach?
A fenced off pond there? Like, it's fenced off and there's
It's like, you know,
where
the
the
actual
turtles, with one thing.
there, she said she's seeing a 15 oil barrel. So I guess the matter is nothing to do with it, should go.
You know, that's the kind of thing that when somebody says something like that, we gotta have a picture. Somebody, I mean, cameras, everybody's got a phone nowadays. Somebody could get a picture of something like
This was what, last year, when we first did it?
Yeah, well, I'm the folks.
I always, I think you're on.
They're not. No, Benjamin, he said that I stared at quiet and yeah, but we look at it. The one in one, that's all that we said when we went to the. He says very connected, yes, for the water testing.
Coyotes, they all got names. So I can't think of it.
coyotes on the island?
There's everything on the island. And then there's the big stones all over, and that like forks in there. And then all the foxes too, they had mange, that's what killed them all.
The coyote, I wanted them to light catch. I wanted light caught, I wanted plus test done. But you can tell if you don't have to kill it, they can fat, that's when you did. I wanted the blood test done, I wanted that.
And then we take the telephone where the blood, then I can go and get.
I wanted to buy it. Oh, there it is, you killed it, there's no. In 2002, I took my son out fishing, only small. I took him fishing, threw down the river, I was catching chubs, this big with warts on their heads. Why, we wanted them to pick it up, the phone, it was not. These are chubs. Chubs and shine rock, what's over it.
So Carrier, you're gonna stay in touch with the boys from the 47 volunteers that are willing to back you up?
Yeah.
And we keep-
Oh, rather than going back.
We just had one in our, this one, a raccoon in our property.
Yeah, I refused to tell them because I knew they were gonna get rid of it and take it and it died.
Yeah,
It's died.
social media, everybody. It's done, they're done. That government's gotta get out of here.
Time for the people to stand up.
Yeah.
It's election time, get them all the hell out.
Do the right. They're there, to fight things, for them to make money that's plain and simple.
Well, what does the J stand for? J Jacobs. J Jacobs, yeah, what does the F stand for? Frankie. And the K.
I don't know, if they're apparently cut rights, but I want it.
He's a non-victim that's collecting money from that money. The K. Nobody knows who he is.
I heard it was, I know, yeah, some off, apparently we'll see up there when the first one. Yeah,
Can it please?
yeah.
Was up there?
Wasn't he, a couple of years ago, was kind of clean.
Yeah, it was during the cocaine and all kind of.
Anyways. Okay, you know, you said, I didn't know, but that you had a protest, planned for the 9th, you said?
Night.
Okay, so then on the 9th, we gotta figure, like, the protest, what's the focus of it? You know, there's certain things that we gotta be able to address, to put forward, to say, if we're just protesting against the land being polluted, then what that means is that we're actually supporting the ban system and asking them to create more stringent rules or whatever. You know, because when we think now, uh, in order to protect the land, there's something new that we gotta consider here. Is that it's only in the past, what, year and a half, that KSCS is buying up lands throughout the community?
Since they got the $20 million, right after Jordan's principle, you know, when they did, after the court, and that was in the courts in Ottawa. And when they got that 20 million, they had to figure out their fight, said, on the facts and the filters, you got that money, get in for buying the home.
Okay, now you gotta think about this. How can KSCS buy homes in Kahnawake?
There you go.
People off to buy them. You know, like big dollars.
Okay, but there's something else other than that.
The bank council, that they own it.
Yeah, we don't own it, other people here own it.
But the council is buying a lot of land, all over the place, all the homes.
When my mom was still alive, right, she used to tell us all the time, she would say this. Kahnawake is a reserve, and a reserve, what is a reserve? It's something to be put aside for later use. So what's happening in Kahnawake when a federal government entity is buying everything? They're in the process of moving forward.
Oh.
Taking the reserve.
You know, we can say it's under the bank, which it is, but there's a reality that people don't see. That is that KSCS is a registered corporation.
Yes, yeah.
In order for a registered corporation to own land here in Kahnawake, means that Kahnawake is already under municipal status because a corporation, according to non-native law. Now, this comes from when, remember when the bank was coming into Kahnawake?
Yeah.
Remember that, Myrtle Bush was running for band system at the time. And to get her leg up is what she was biting on was that we were saying, warning against the bank. Not to bring the bank in. Because of that, it's a corporation. Anyways, she wrote a letter to Phil Schneider at the time, the band system lawyer. And Phil Schneider gave her the legal position pertaining to the bank, identifying that any corporation, even if it's made up of 100% natives, is legally viewed as a non-native entity and therefore is taxable. So this is something that the people of Kahnawake are not considering. They're being hoodwinked right now, is that now, in order for a corporation like KSCS to be able to buy land, buy homes, this means the status of Kahnawake being a reserve has changed. It means it's under a municipal status. Now, let me finish this thought here, is that if we had the bank system creating municipal laws and enabling non-native corporations to own land here in Kahnawake, then when we're thinking about us protecting the land, it's not going to be as so simple as what we think. And so now I gotta think and wonder, something that I don't know anyways, is why is the bank system in this meeting at the 207? Because if they got this guy from the environment office sitting in there and at the same time basically diminishing Kirby's story, then what I see here is a compliance.
Well, I mean, like, where they trying to say that we like razor, like, it's like, oh, no,
It's because they merged together.
like, that really pisses me off.
Well, no.
You know, we've been
So
charged.
now what I'm gonna walk there, that also trying to chase them with all this, and I have no over here with all this. They have a license to tell you over there. That also PK only can work on a reserve. So now they're pushing to be in front of, the dog, it's not gonna, but, yeah, they were all. Yeah, cop cars parked there, everything. So they're in the process of taking that line away from the people.
And all the PKs, like you said, they can only work on the reserves, but they all pay their taxes to the white man. They get paid by the white man, pay their taxes to the white man, and they're applying white man's laws. But they call it home office.
I'm not gonna mention the name, the former buttons, so what is the, all the reserves, because the peacekeepers, they're not off. They're not supposed to carry live ammunition from fire. Yeah, they're not peacekeepers. You know, once you get a peacekeeper, that works on the peacekeeper, it makes it illegal.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to consider here. If we said the obvious, like we talked about last month, we gotta stop all landfills from coming into Kahnawake. Okay, let's all say that. All of Kahnawake can say that. Everybody could agree with that. But the bank system has a law that permits it, that changes, that flips everything over and puts it under corporate law. So we can think about protecting the land here in Kahnawake, but the reality is who do we gotta protect it from? This is something that has to be addressed at the core before regime. So then when we're protecting the land here, we gotta identify. We gotta identify, it's gotta be clear as to who we're protecting it from. Okay, look, if you look, we gotta go too, we can't stay much longer. Just a couple of the things should be gone over first. Can we get the post on Facebook that we put up? It says the issues, the topics. Just to go over really fast, just to say that we already addressed them, but at least so it'd be solidified in our minds. The post on my page.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while. The connection is a little bit slow.
There, right there. Let me squeeze in.
Where is the?
So this is going on Facebook? It's already live right now, okay? This is why we ask people, if you know somebody at home, help them, can't get here. Give them this Zoom. This Zoom, when we come in, people will become more, familiar with it, more accustomed, you know? Like they would say that if you've got a number, and can't come here, what they got, we gotta hear from our office. So next month, just the Zoom code is there for everybody to know. It's gonna be the same Zoom code each time. And that way, it could build. Maybe somebody that was sitting in that meeting of night, willing to come to the Zoom. Maybe they're not willing to come to this meeting. But the thing is that as long as we're putting it out there and identifying that we're willing to work with everybody to get the proper statistics so that we can help each other to remediate our own lands, then we'll get, there's no reason why people would not go along with it, get involved with it. They will show us the reasons why they're not being involved. Okay, so look, here is what we talked at the first meeting. Pollution of the past and present, we already discussed that. Position to abolish all landfill coming into Kahnawake in the future. Monitoring of water, soil, and air, key designated spots. We talked about that. So next week, when we get to your place and do the video, then we're going to talk. We'll share more, and then you can post it on that site as to when the planting will take place. And we want everybody, as much as possible, to be there. The rash of illnesses, diseases, and cancer are rising into people in specific parts of Kahnawake, mainly Suzanne's Creek. So for this, I think what we gotta do is we gotta get Continental started, the doctor. Yeah, I think we gotta get her to give her official position as to the health of the people of Kahnawake, what she's aware of. Because like we said the last time, I seen her son was communicating with me on Facebook, and he was giving all these statistics that he clearly got from his mom. So if his mother already has the statistics as a doctor, she's gotta have some. Well, she works at one of the Rio, not the husband. Yeah. All right. No, not for the year. Which is that. No, contact her. That's what she does. That's what she works on. Is there anybody that knows her that can contact her?
Not for this.
She was my doctor, maybe. I have her.
Okay, maybe anybody contact her and, maybe direct her to your, to that site, that Facebook page. And maybe just to let her know that we could use their help for her official, position on the health of Kahnawake, the statistics, all the pollutants and all of that. Okay, so, to approach Kahnawake schools, external universities, that, you already done that, right? Okay, you approach the survival and
You get any response from the survival yet?
They weren't in office all week.
Okay. I spoke to the principal at Kahnawake School and he said that, their educational something guy has to look over the paper that we do to give there and, I don't know, they wouldn't give me like any details if they're finding in or out.
Okay, so-
Like, education part is like involved, but.
So maybe, I don't know if you got time, imagine you're busy, you got time to follow up on that?
Yeah,
So-
I sent you a screenshot on email.
Okay, and then, the creation of a Facebook group, well, that's what you're doing, that's getting up and running. Everyone agreed to assist each other in the planting of remediated plants in public and privately owned properties. So for that, we talked about the saplings that you were growing, you got how many, you said, like a couple hundred?
Right now, that are. Little baby, by April. April, May, that's meeting.
Yeah, today, the last thing to know, you're going to take, as much as you want. This is actually, this is, not fiber, it's food seed. So, if you plant that, for seeds that you can get out of there, you can eat that. This is hemp, it's not marijuana, it's hemp. So the properties are completely different, no, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Whatever, there's none of that in the hemp. So, and I don't know why there was such, confusion between hemp and marijuana, because they don't look everything alike. They're completely different. Yeah. Okay, so, discussion on Kahnawake becoming industrialized. Discussion about food sovereignty. It was agreed by everyone in attendance that we would meet again. Okay, so we met again. So discussion on industrialization of Kahnawake and food sovereignty. This, I guess, kind of, not really in depth, but it's the kind of things that we can, like projected, for us as we get more coming together, you know, more familiar with the process ourselves, that those things would become more, such as he has a lot of knowledge in the field of like just the fact of what his business is, of being familiar with what's going on with the trees you're gonna want. You know, like to know where just the data bank he's got of being there and cutting down the tree. You know, we all got that to some degree. I got that of just the different places in the swamp where I used to live with the. It's been a couple of years now since my father died, but prior to that, every year is forever. And if you want to push, clearing out all that stuff, I've seen a lot of things happening, the changes happening. in the swamp. You know, so we gotta have a conversation, more public with elders. You know, elders gotta come out and talk about what the industrialization of Kahnawake means. Because what does it feel like for us when we know all the lands that we're seeing right now being cleared, being developed? When we grew up with those lands, when we grew up knowing that it's Kahnawake, and like I said the last time, we all know. We all know that this farmland that's being developed up by Jacobs, we don't know that land was stolen from everybody in Kahnawake.
Yeah, well, that's not the only land that is instituted involved in stealing.
Yeah.
I can guarantee you that.
So this is the kind of stuff we gotta have discussion on. They have profited from the fact that we have been divided for so long. The fact that for 50 years we can be divided, that and 50 years our land was gone after that, that we know things that our children cannot know. It's impossible for us to know stuff that I knew, that we all knew collectively. But now we only ever know from our division. Your families are only gonna know from your divisions. We gotta do something on this level, like bring the conversation into everybody, get everybody involved, so that elders will say, remember those trees? Remember the trees that used to line the road, the church road, all the road,
Back on, put them all down right here, all the way to all going. All
there
there
used to be a space, you remember, there was the road, with a space about that wide. It had like a curve on it. And the sidewalk, there was grass. And they had trees, we had trees in the middle.
Yeah.
But now we got curves.
Yeah.
Because,
Well,
well, yeah, remember when I used to live on the highway over here, next to, house, in that yellow house there, we were for about a year and a half, something like that.
curbs cut off though before they got there.
Well,
Yeah, the road, yeah.
that was it, at one point, it was only one side of the road, now it's curves on both sides, which means that we gotta pay for swimming. Now think of this, if the government proving stops, what happens to all the snow? Well, the snow plow can only travel to the curb. And then you gotta have different things down with our snow removal. So we have become stupid in not being able to manage our own, our own community, where we all know we used to have ditches. And the snow plows would come, plow the snow into the ditches, and we didn't have to spend millions of dollars in removing snow like the white man does.
Oh, the highway, like the highway is a big highway. You know, it's, there was one road, yeah, and they came and they construct.
I remember when the snow came through, we were in the red brick house over here in front of over here. And that's all, I think, maybe a couple of years. There was a kid in the post office, I don't know if you remember.
My mother,
It's in the snow bank,
yeah.
and that snow blower.
And then it was this is bigger, it backed up, he went to hang on to it, because my mother saw everything. And instead of pulling forward, they backed up and they went right over him, and then they backed up again, she was screaming, but they can't hear her, right? They backed over him again, and went forward, and just this was them. Went right over.
And that was the big snow blower.
Yeah.
So if we think in the future about snow removal, it becomes stuff like that becomes. Every year, snow removal, there's elderly that are getting killed by a snow removal trucks.
Well, there was the speeding now, they went there, you're speeding as they're following the road.
They gotta make, if they can do 5 roads in an hour, it'll make money. If
Yeah.
it's 6 or 7.
What cost of? Cause of lights, I mean, luckily it hasn't happened in not too, you know, the last like 30 years or so. Well, I would, right?
Big business, you don't care what kind of things, you get bird, you get sick, who gets the dollars.
Well, they make their money. This is part of what we gotta address in the industrialization of Kahnawake, because it's being turned into something that us are not gonna be able to live with. You know, we're not gonna be able to, deal with these things in the future, because if we think of now, why do we need snow removal when it never happened? You know when the decision was made for this? This was made, Joe Norton made that decision in '85 when we started the self-government negotiations. Because soon as we started self-government negotiations, we put everything under ASAs, alternate funding arrangements. And those alternate funding arrangements had Frank Vianney come in from the Canadian military, who was the, what you call the, effort, the bomb place. And then they come in and they engineer the community so that it's, sustainable through taxation.
Exactly, well, this is like the people that really love, don't do enough attention.
You know, I can tell you one story. I said that the family is permanently down. I said, I got a 40 miles full of emails from all of you. You know what? I said, because I'm tired of fighting kids after where I live. I'm tired of being dictators. And I got my argument. I fight with them constantly, and I'm tired of it. You know, I'm tired of fighting with them. Now they have a contractor, GD, for instance. They come when they feel like it. So, Gordon Day needed an ambulance, my other neighbor needed medical transport. Not their age, I won't say I'm like, but they're all older than me except the one. And I had to go shovel for them, so an ambulance can come in.
Wow.
We live without heat when the power goes out. The oldest one is 91. She's got cancer. She's got a freeze in her apartment. Not one bank also paid. Not one person from KSA paid. I called them down all the time in public. And I said, I say what I need to say. And I say meetings too. I'm tired of it.
Maybe this, of the people who come together to do this stuff that we're talking about, maybe there could be a group carrying over throughout the year that could be called upon to do certain stuff.
The housing, that's involved where I live. Huh?
Yes, they're involved there?
Yeah,
Yes, what, they said they're buying homes in common property?
yeah.
Yes, in charge of the water, all over the place.
How did we get in charge?
Okay.
Very, very, a lot of things now, and that's Indian age.
You know, like, put our kids in residential schools, that agency. Yeah. So that's, they're not, we gotta get out of there. Play favorites, we pick on innocent people,
Yeah, sure, the way to
do it to the cops.
So the way to do this is for us to put forward as to what we say is gonna be done with the land. Like we said, the first thing that we need to solidify, and I won't say we do this right now. It's gonna take conversation, probably a couple of months, but to solidify everybody saying no more landfill in Kahnawake. This is something that we could all agree to. We know there's only going to be a certain sector that's not going to agree. And we know that that is the development sector. That's the people, the community,
and the Catholic vote.
we're about to once we realize what's going on there before elections.
Okay, so we adjust all these things that we,
You wanna go back?
uh,
I just took it off.
yeah, okay. We adjust all the things that were on here, all these points. I mean, like, in the discussion that we had today, I mean, it's all in there to some degree. We know that we're not gonna, like, solidify anything today. It's gonna take us a few meetings of this to get it moving, you know, to get at the proper level of where we're able to, conclude on something like that. But this should be something that all of us address to our friends, our family, each one of us address it about the, landfill coming into Kahnawake. That, why can't we say no more landfill?
Because they make money on it.
Yeah, but we can say it, no more landfill.
We have to break.
Like we spoke in,
So this should be something that, to be fair, is there in, at the ninth, in the protest that we're having. It should be there as, say like as a discussion point or something, for people to know that this is what we're moving towards. To rid Kahnawake of any contaminations coming from the outside.
a lot of people are in support of it. lot of people in support. Festival and night flyers,
Then this is what we gotta do, like, we gotta build that up and it's good to know that people are supportive, people are saying. But until I see you and you see me, you know I'm saying, no more landfill. And until I see you and I see you, each of us saying, no more landfill. Until we see that, you know, it's just us saying it on our own, it's just a thought floating around.
all the landfill is already aware of. They're using material from, one of the 3-year-old was one on the 47, but from, Cleary. So there was a lot there. Moving stuff on the site, those schools there, stops and there's no more left in the summer because they were aware. So they're being, they told the land, keepers, the land flag, over the more land, so we didn't want them to do aware of our wishes, so.
I have to in my mind because, you know, to stop them from bringing in landfill and that, but there's something in the back of my mind because yesterday or the day before, there was, Joyce and Charlie, their daughter, you know, Joyce and Charlie Jacobs,
Oh, yeah.
their daughter, their grandchildren were playing in the yard. You know, where they live, right? They're playing in the yard, there's a red car parked there watching. And so they were watching, but then they went outside the car came back. And they were looking at the kids again, they're kids. And Charlie chased them all the way over the bridge.
They're what?
They weren't even from here, and they just went back to those kids. And it's not the first time last year, we need, for me, those checkpoints have to go up, they have to go back up into the way also of checking these trucks from bringing in landfill.
Yeah.
They have to go up, we can't wait until this child is gone. Freaking sell them someplace. Well, they may kill them, but okay. We can't even all the money child.
Okay,
I was just telling my 10-year-old about this, cause I'm like so scared, like I don't really like midwife field trips, or like I usually be from home. And luckily, they're like, trying not to listen, you know.
Well, my sister Eva and her oldest daughter, she was, Joko was across the street. She went to get videos, and Eva lived in the trailer, the world. On there. And the daughter took over 2 hours to get home because some non-local, but are right in front of the store. And I didn't know. But she ran in the back and she snuck it. It took her 2 hours to get home. But she didn't give up. By the time she gets home, she tells her mother, okay, to close up the town. You know, it's too late. But like, it was right there, right on the highway. My brother beat the shit out of them with a pool cue when they tried to pull one of his friends into a 16. They tried to pull her into a car with my mother. We can't, like, it's, I hate to say it, but it's gonna happen. If they don't do something, it's gonna happen, but these roadblocks.
I agree with that 100%.
Yeah.
And now that you bring this up, it's a little bit out of context, but what we have seen external, and it's coming to Kahnawake, is that with all of these new immigrants and everybody that they're bringing from around the world, these are not just people who are immigrating, these are people who are uprooted, who are bombed, who are have their lands, their homes, their families destroyed, and they're coming here as refugees. And they're first off, they're from male-dominant countries. They're from warmongering mentalities that they don't treat their women anywhere near even what the non-native women here are used to being treated like. That they are Those are the people that do honor killings of their daughters.
Yeah.
And what we see is there's a worldwide network that is coming in, that is connected to the bodies that are buried in the dump outside of Winnipeg. It's a worldwide network of human trafficking, and they prey on Native children, like they always have. But with us, we know that when our people disappear, who cares? Who does any kind of investigation? Not the not the white man's police, not the white man's government, because they're the ones that establishing this. So this is what we've seen, from last year as the buildup, what happened in, Winnipeg with the women's bodies who were dumped, murdered, dumped, and buried there. That we see a network becoming visible in every city. And it's connected to even this Jeffrey Epstein. It's connected to the so-called little scum families. You know, this is a European corruption right across the board that we're dealing with still. It's not any different than it was 500 years ago. The only thing is they, like we said, 50 years ago, the division of Kahnawake allowed us to drop our guard. Prior to that, we all know nothing got in to Kahnawake. It was very limited what got in here. You know, it was, yes, our own people doing it under our noses, but anything external, it wasn't coming in. We were putting a stop to it. And literally what divided us in 73 is when the move to protect us. The move to protect us is what divided us and then what allowed it to all to come in. So there's a lot for us to consider about that. It's much more than just protecting the land. It's protecting our children in ways that we can't see yet because they're not yet snatched.
And it's so bad because some of it are our own people who are connected to. They don't care, like the quarry. They don't care what they're doing to the people around them. They don't have that.
When you look at all the non-native people, let's say from our house, we got connections with a lot of non-native people. There's, we vet them basically. There's no non-native people that come to Kahnawake to our house that we have connections with that are not vetted. You know, that we know who they are. Their thinking is more like our people than the majority of our people. But we look at all the white people working in Kahnawake who are because they want to help us or they're here for money under the system and they come with the corruptive ways of thinking. And they're filling the system. The whole system is run and controlled by white people. And those white people, then we can say, we're in that meeting the other night that we talked about at the DX7. The ones controlling them are the white people and they're in through that meeting. So this is the type of thing that we gotta identify. Myself, I'll tell you is that in these meetings, the moment that I see a band system person, you know, somebody who's on the band system come here or a top, yeah, I'm gonna tell them they're not welcome.
Maybe,
They're all dirty, rotten to the floor.
no, I didn't know who he was, but then I remember the name because I explained. So who brought him to the 207? There was no other community members there, because,
That's what he does, he goes to all these meetings, and he never brings one, and we.
yeah, but it was never twice. Somebody had to invite him to go there.
But he's obviously the.
I forget to say, something, whatever.
Yeah, I wasn't that place.
Well, listen, I'll tell you something about, I know you aren't gonna know this. Remember when we were having the meetings with the 207 back from 97 to 99? And then 99, we had a joint lobby site over there. Okay, so from that time afterwards, there was still a little bit of connection. There was a meeting that there was something that happened in Kahnawake. So we went with it, my father and I, imagine, my father and I sitting in a meeting in Kahnawake. Anyway, so there was a few meetings that took place. Then there was a meeting that we had on the Clay Hills, right in front of my Uncle Snake's, with, Tom Peter's son. Is it Brian? Well, Tim, Tommy Deere, Tommy McCumber, the late, Cookie McCumber's son. You know who I'm talking about? Corey. Okay, Corey, yeah. Corey McCumber?
Yeah, there's too many people converse, yeah.
Yeah, another one on the OCR. Anyways, they were present. We're at this meeting, myself, my father, and my brother Keith, and I forget who else now. Anyway, so we were having this little moment of lovey-dovey, since the meetings that we had at 207. So culminated into this, that we had shared numbers, phone numbers, that when something goes on, they're gonna call us, we're gonna call them. So we have this meeting there, and they're talking about patrolling the community. And then they said, okay, when we patrol the community, and if we see somebody, like something, okay, somebody from the community, okay, they're gonna grab them and hold them and turn them over to the peacekeepers. And that's when we said to them, no way in hell. I said, hey, we're not here to have a meeting with you to say that we're gonna acquiesce and give power to the peacekeepers. But this is way back in, it's around 2001 to 2002 at the most. So, but myself, I know things since 73 anyways. But just to say that from there, 2000, it was very clear of who's working with the band system. I've always known that, but very clear. Here's these people professing to be whatever they're professing to be. You would think if somebody's professing to be longhouse or traditional, you would automatically know that, well, they cannot allow band system to exist in the same space and time as them. Why aren't they? Because it's oil and water, right? Longhouse cannot recognize or work with band system, because if we do, then Longhouse don't exist. We actually know.
Oh, yeah. And she was dealt with. And then the bank comes and says, well, we didn't want, we don't we got this one woman. And then what does it look like? Oh, you're taking it Tuesday. Everybody else was just, because the bank home, they gave it to the bank home. Oh, can't do that, can't do that.
So maybe
These checkpoints are a big part of teaching all these landfill things away, because I can't, you're not coming in and not.
and it's also a way to keep the goddamn bailiffs out, to prevent the teachers from working with the bailiffs.
I heard that, what's that lawyer? She was mentioned earlier. I heard he bought the law. I'm not surprised. Where, I don't know.
Oh, he's always been a band system lawyer.
Where? I don't know.
Well, back in the early 90s, when we were producing the Eagles Pride newsletter, in issue 9, the last issue that we put out, we identified that Kahnawake will not be able to afford to live on our own land. The only thing we'll be able to afford to do in the future is lease our land out. We will not be able to afford to live here. This condition is already here, where on paper, where first when Joe Norton declared Kahnawake to be free trade zone. Like we said, he didn't declare that for you and I. We already got free trade. So who did he declare it for? For the white man. For the white man to be able to come in and to use Kahnawake as like a hidden, untaxable economics for them. But for us, we're fully taxable. But for any white man that's working here or businesses here, they're not taxable.
And they need to go mailbox.
Right?
They said, we have your men, we have your children, we have your job, and we have your money. And nothing will matter. And now, we're gonna be able to go nowhere.
Well, you know, I'm sure we could all remember. I remember the first time that I became aware of it, that a white woman was owning a house here in Kahnawake. It was, Stephen McCumber's brother.
My only.
Maybe, I'm not sure. On the Clay Mountains. Yeah, I think. Really?
She did, what is it? Yeah, Patricia McCumber.
She was the first one that I was aware of. And so that's what, like the early nineties? That, I guess she broke up with Stephen's brother and that she ended up owning the house. A white woman living here in Kahnawake owning the house. Now, we know that this is the same thing on Zachary Road right now. White women owning Kahnawake. So you know that if we talk about this, there's no way in the system that that's going to be corrected. So there's only one way we can talk about this, and that's like this. In this sense of us coming together. So if we continue on this path and we talk about, let's say, if in your house somebody gets banished, then, like you said, well, it's left to the ban system and they just let it go, and then the person's here no matter what. So really, what did it mean? Nothing. So if through this process we all come together, at least functioning on this level, then whatever happens in our house, we say, hey, you know what? We banished this person. So then your house, the other house, in theory at least.
No, it's gonna get worse because dispensary is opening. Bikers all over, like Kahnawake, like Valentina, like Six Nations.
Well, that's not really, that's like the end of the spear, the tip of the spear already went through us, and it's casinos. You know, the people already said no to casinos.
Yeah.
3 times in banned system sponsored referendums.
Yeah.
But yet it's the ban system that creates a gaming commission that creates the space and sells them the permits where you have a mafioso, a Greek mafia guy in the casino. And just the day after, or 2 days after they give investigation, then mysteriously one of the
Make the little retired
one of the dealers.
Yeah.
Ends up one of the car dealers ends up going home to his house in Lavelle and getting shot in the head in his driveway.
Yes.
So this is what the ban system brought in. Big deal. He got shot in the head in his driveway in Lavelle. And there's not even a story about it.
Yeah.
There's not even a story about Kahnawake having casinos.
Yeah.
When you know that the Gazette, when we said no to casinos 3 times, they made such a big story, like praising Kahnawake. Look at Kahnawake could say no when Quebec forced it down the Quebec people's throats, but Kahnawake could say no. But where's the story now from the Gazette? We know they're told to sit on this because the ban system is in the pocket, as you know, of the government all along. So the government isn't going to allow the Gazette to write a story about the only thing that's going to provide the tax base, the tax income to the ban system. So we're allowing it all to roll right over us.
Well, those are the ones that are gonna fight not to have the checkpoints. No, we got people coming in.
We already started when we were having those people.
Yeah,
And the guys, like, our guys that were with us, all white job. They got all these people, because the council set them up. We don't.
Well, they can shut up things such as this one. It's really only one sector of Kahnawake. But if it's different sectors of Kahnawake like this coming together, They're not gonna be able to do that. They can't. So we need to have the people come together on the level of protecting the land. Once everybody says, no more landfill, everything after that is getting, because now, I don't know if this is true, but Harry tells me this morning that they got dancers, strippers planned for
Oh, I heard them, yeah.
the casino.
They have real strippers, and guess what? I go there on Friday, they have a beautiful dance. Everybody jumping up and down. That's what they call it. And everybody's jumping up and down, and I said to the worker, I said, you come here, you don't know. I said, you need to fix this for these people that say they own this place. This is Kahnawake. This is not Montreal, but all the bands play there, welcome to Montreal. Yep.
So the people going there don't even know that they're in Kahnawake.
No, they don't. How about that? Because they never mentioned it. And this one guy, who won 12,000, and he kept bugging me and bugging me. And I said, there's a guy for the town. I said, hey, kill me here. This guy is arguing me that my card is his card, that this is his machine. I said, who the fuck is this guy? And they're telling me, you know, like, really, I was upset. Hey, calm down, listen. Me, calm down, he's drunk, he's got a beer in his head. And he's arguing with me. And he told me, this guy that said that was his card, he's going to have security going on here. Wow. I said, really? You know, and then he was wearing something, and said, oh, came back again, he said, oh, I'm gonna marry you. Next thing you know, I see him, he's at another place, and a black woman is hanging on above him, she's got little, you can still see it.
So you missed your chance to get married.
I put my dollar in the machine, and kept spitting it out, so I called the woman, she looked at it. We called security on me, they said, none of them were naked, not one of them. They surrounded me because they want my number, want my address, they want everything, my birthday, and for what? For what? Well, where'd you get this dollar? In the machine over there, last week when I won, I don't spend it, I put it in my pocket, and then when I come back, I spend it.
So it's just like going into the Montreal casino.
The cops there, the patrol over there, what is it called?
In the States,
Yeah.
the troopers, state
The
troopers.
troopers, they called state troopers on me. They took me in a back room. They were. Where? For $1, I said, do you think that if I made counterfeit money, it would be $1 bills? Well, you would be surprised. So they told me in the end, they had to take the dollar, and I don't get nothing back, but that I could sue the casino for doing what they did. You know, casino, but they were all, anybody that dealt with me were non-native, not one native in there, come to the native.
If it was.
Yeah.
See, that's telling you, you've gotta stay out of those places. We can't play both sides. You gotta stay out.
Why you was paid the dollar, I said, I don't know, it's for the wash, it's for the wash, like, you know, they want to buy my coach. What's that, what soap did you use? Then, yeah, what soap did you use, what kind of washing machine do you have, all that? They said, but we do all the tests and none of them, because the only thing we're not gonna do was the, serial number on each side of it. So he says, okay, we'll take it, we'll check it out, and we'll send it back to you if it's real. Well, we'll be there, and they sent it back. He told me, like, you can put it on their mantle. I'm like, give it to them, I don't want it. Give it to them. They need it more than we do.
How did you get it back? You sent
They
it
sent it
again?
to my house. They sent it, what do you call it? Apology and everything. Wait till I find it back, I'm going over there, put it back in the machine.
It's like getting a check for 27 cents in the mail.
Yeah.
I mean, the money they spend on it just to do that is ridiculous.
Yeah, he probably spent more on the mail West.
Okay, we have to go. With all of these, the things that said that we identified that had to be addressed, we addressed them. I mean, even if we didn't like say specific, it was in all our conversation. It's just to know that these are the things that came up in, the meeting last moon that was held here. And this is what the stuff that was on the people's minds that everybody thought had to be addressed. So, coming together like this, it's gonna be, who knows, 4 or 5 meetings, maybe it might take a couple of years for us to be, functioning. We haven't been functioning for 50 years together, so it might take a while for us to function together. So this is the thing that we can't be turned off to, as to say, well, like maybe we're dragging our feet or something.
There's all those people that are gonna be trying to pull us back and now, look what happened going to the meeting on the island. Some kind of, what do you call that there? But what did we do with stuff with, at the hell with it, where's that piece today? He's gone. The other one that was here. Wasn't there.
Well, you know, if we came together and just told the stories to each other of what we know, but I know the stuff that I know that you don't know, the stuff that you know, I don't know. If we just came together to share the stories of the stuff that we know, you know, just have
what
a,
it is. Being able to get together and work together, and we don't love each other. You know, we don't have to, we let people sub in law, we've been asked to come and meet with us. Oh, they don't recognize.
it's funny, you know how things change.
They don't even wanna help, they don't want any part of it.
Unless it's them. In their little clique.
So they're little quick, who doesn't want anybody else there to meet, to talk about this, the land, and what's happening to the land.
Well, yeah, it's gonna be there, hopefully April 6th.
Yeah, they're asking them to go there, it's like, I heard that movie, the ranch.
What meeting is that?
People's meeting, I was just, we stuff.
Yeah.
April 6th?
We were on.
You think people will have a heart attack if I showed up there?
Yeah, but you're not going to show up there, cooking about, they don't. You should see what I want,
I didn't send word to the system there. I'm not going to do this over now. All the fighting, people fighting.
Yeah.
We might be living alongside PCBs up there. And what are we gonna do with the council and the Kahnawake environment is hiding the fact that the PCBs on our land. I mean, yeah, they're gonna say, which is true, and I got word, I talked to real scientists. That unfortunately in the world, we all got a little closer. They're all so long there. But not to see it, not for our children to bring next to it. If it's there, it's in the rest of the world.
And you're ingesting it right there.
In our air, in our water, we're gonna find out. All I know is I learn how to find out that we're gonna all be fighting the conquer of all the people who live around PCBs. Right? Because these are criminals, these are murderers, that's the case. Plain and simple, people find out that people fly around my area because of your crap. You're going to jail and I'll make you sure. That's it.
Okay, Phil, this is how much I'm willing to support this, to put our money where our mouth is. I'll be there with you on April 6th. I'll go to the 207 to that meeting. Now, all of you in this room know that I would never go to the 207. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know, 7 o'clock, I guess. We'll find out. People, what time is the last time? Last week's meeting. You want to say what time?
7 o'clock, I gotta look at it, the same old rule.
Well, that's the thing too, if they find out you're going, and they can just say, well, Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that too.
Yeah. You know, I'm so used to that. They have me, like, sometimes, they have, well, we don't want them. So, no, they're there.
Well,
They don't even- they don't even-
but for Thursday, I have to get paid to come.
Yeah.
We went to the council meeting, they refused.
She's gonna answer for it.
They were, what do you call it? A leech mob. You can't question dead people. Yeah. I mean,
And something, the pool is up. But the pool itself works with the bath council anyways.
Yeah.
So it's their way of finding out what's going on where the people, that's, yeah.
Oh,
yeah, the fat bags, the roll off, the one, they shouldn't be afraid of us. Nobody's gonna hurt us. We wanna know what's going on. You were asked in the past, he's ignored us. Now, if you're asked within the sling, it's your fault. You wanna contaminate, you wanna pollute, you wanna lie, you wanna hide. Whatever comes to you is coming to you. That's it. Whether it be from the law or the great spirit. You know, one day, man, you're gonna close your eyes for the last time. There's nothing. to do. Nothing. We're given one chance to prove yourself. Like, you're thinking,
Those are ones that didn't sell.
yeah.
Sell that pool.
Okay, so then April 6th, I'll be there with you. Once you find out what time, you'll let me know the time.
And it's all normal.
And I'll be there with you. And if you're having an issue there too, and if you think it's gonna be something that you show up there, then we should all show up there together.
What was my job? What did I used to do?
Well, you know, I don't go there, but for this,
Well, this is better.
I got no choice.
Everybody's gonna come together.
You know, just on that line of when they cancel meetings, I don't know if you're aware of this, but remember that meeting we had at the cookhouse, it was about Agusa? Remember it was held that night, there was a whole bunch of us, Stephen and Manny LeBorn was there too.
Was it, Darrell Thompson that was running it or?
No, it was around 2000, it was just after the 2 years of meetings that we had. No, you were there, because remember, I asked you, I said, I was under the impression this is a Gusa meeting. And I said, what are all these women doing here? You said, you were there with your daughter, and you said, well, I had a dream.
No, that was Friday. Yeah, Friday.
No, you were there, I know you were there.
But it's not about the.
Okay, anyways, from that meeting, it was Dave's son that was representing the 207 there, the society. And there was, Stephen and Manny there and Kevin that was there. And anyways, there was a bunch of people in there. There was at least, I would say, about 25 to 30 people. And this is where I said that, I was under the impression it was an Agusa meeting. Why is there women and children here? Bullet had his son there. Bullet. Strum Susney, he's married, or he had a child with a Jocko girl. Bullet, I don't know his last name. He's, maybe about 8 years younger than me. It's gotta be early 50s. Anyways, not really. It was agreed that we were gonna meet the next Sunday at the Mohawk Chair. So just to say, like, firm, they'll cancel the meeting. We all went there, and only Kevin Deere's father was there. Kevin.
I see his face so clear.
Yeah, what's his name? Kevin Deere's father. Freddie Deere. Anyways, only he was there and he was cleaning up, he was sweeping up the floors, and we went in and we said, hey, there's supposed to be a meeting here. He said, oh, he doesn't know nothing about it. He said he's gonna come. We call somebody, so, oh, they'll be here in a little while. We waited there like an hour and a half, something like that. Because this was, official through the whole process. Kenneth, from the field, from the and myself went to the Mohawk Trail to invite them personally into this process. We had delivered them a letter that we created together, and Kenneth Deere printed the letter in the eastern door, with a little paper. And their response came from Cynthia White.
Oh, yeah.
Who is she in the longhouse? But anyway, yeah, no, Doris White.
Huh?
The late Doris White,
Yeah, Doris White.
her daughter, Cynthia. So she wrote the letter responding to the letter that we and the 207 wrote and hand delivered, saying that, well, good luck to you in your unification. We cannot participate. We can't participate until the band system is involved. But this was a reunification of the longhouses that came apart. How does that involve band system? There's no reunification with band system. But anyways, that's just to say that at that time, this is where clearly, oh, they also identified when where first time I became aware, I knew what happened at the time, but we only found out in 99 when they gave us this letter back, or 98, that in 1990, just prior to what happened in 90, and of the midwinter of 89 into 90, that's when we broke away from the Mohawk Trail. So in between the midwinter and when did it happen? June or July 1990? April. They wrote in their letter in April, they received the healing wampum from Jake Thomas. They became Handsome Lake. As soon as we left that house, we were the only thing preventing Handsome Lake from spilling into Kahnawake. So as soon as we left that house, midwinter is what? January, February at the latest, March, April, 2 months later, they received the Handsome Lake one. And in her letter, she says, since then, we're all happy, you know, whatever the way that we are, but we are apolitical. Mohawk Trail is apolitical. That means that they go along with the status quo. Whatever the band system says, they go along with it, they accept it. So it means that they are more political than anybody else. That whatever the band system does, they support it 100%. So it's things like this that we got to know to be aware of, that when we're sitting at the table and talking with somebody and thinking we're agreeing or we're different somewhere, we got to know really the dynamics. I know the dynamics. We all know the dynamics all along. But I didn't know this dynamic that you just identified. I didn't know that. And so now I'm just seeing what happened over there. It's all just a bunch of kids then who know nothing.
Like, yeah, those higher ups in there. I know people who call me on and or to the plan, I never work. They ask me plenty of times that they need. No.
This is
I tried. You know what, I think I said, you start asking me, knowing full well, I don't have the language.
I have to explain.
Yeah.
You know what? You should post that to the group. Post that to the group or send it to him. That's- Because I say that the what is still there. I say he's still there.
Well, pictures. Yeah, I think showed up the pictures, black. But I haven't seen this in my lifetime. It's not, and that's it. You said that should be, you know.
Well, Slash should be mad because he's falling. was one of the programs who was standing on Seagull because I lived on the Seagull at the time with my ex. We lived on the road there. So I was going home and I just happened to be passing by when they were taking them out of the church. It was, yeah, we were just taking them out. Chili Willy, slashes falling. I can't remember now who else. There was standing outside. These black fedoras with fringes on it, and they're white trim, and they had white gloves, and it was swords. Like this, and he comes out, they bring him up, the slashes falling. So he wouldn't be very happy, like you said.
We were, a bunch mostly women standing there protesting, we didn't want them very there. Well, I don't know, I think there's another 20 of them.
I say he's still there.
20 years later. Okay. I said, remove the whole church. Tear everything up. No, it should be a healing place. No. Tear the whole thing down. Put nice grass, have our ceremonies there, get rid of. Bring them over there. But then there could be a nice park for kids, a place to sit, bonfires, whatever. Get rid of that big building. That's what I think.
So now you know, now we all know why they kept us divided since 73. Because you and I would go there with sledgehammers to knock that building down. But you and I have been divided. So I haven't supported anything you've done. You haven't supported anything we've done. And we don't even know really what each of us are doing.
It's funny, because sometimes you have somebody leaders in their life.
And you don't even know what.
You know, like, you don't even remember, it's so long.
And now,
They took his body out, I see this pointy, freaking shoot, like, stop pictures, okay? But when we're trying to beat them, we're not even allowed by that fence, they let all the problems in front of the fence go on.
watch. Wasn't it, it was,
We were supposed to watch it,
but they had yeah.
no, there was no card, no, because we couldn't see shit, we couldn't. No, but, Patty pulled up, we were supposed to be allowed, and once we were there, like, the whole time, they were gonna let us go and watch. Patty pulled up with her plastic stereo, digging up a hole. Well, they were, well, from walking up. You. We're all working over there. I said, excuse me.
call man, but I think when did they lay him out at the church, was that 1980?
I don't remember when he does. No. He was like,
Years when we were, 1999. Which is when he got buried there.
Yes, the priest that was buried, lay out there,
nobody else was buried.
No.
but the priest lay out there in the 80s, right? They got all the kids to go see him.
That was, who's gonna say what's all, that was, Lashmore.
Right, I was the
But it
other.
was-
Was what? That's was what they buried.
Yeah, but we're saying we don't have the church, I don't know.
I remember as a kid in the 80s, they bought us to go see priest. They don't, it was County Hall or the church. I remember it was just in purple. And full of pencil holes. Put a pencil holes. Don't give them dirty.
But no, I don't know what year it was, but Rico killed himself in the church. Yeah.
No, they killed Rico.
Who did?
The system killed him.
Yeah, but I mean, he went in the church and he shot himself.
No. there's something that happened just before that, that nobody in Kahnawake knows. That Rico came to us. Rico, first and foremost, he was following us to all the meetings we would go to, and he was filming all the meetings. All the town meetings, everything. Everything's on video. Anyways, he came to us just before, let's see, maybe a month before this happened. And where his property was, his trailer, that, he wanted to take that out of the land regime and put that back under the longhouse. So I created a document for him in which to do it, to give it back to the longhouse. He did it. I'm sitting in just sitting there, in the afternoon. It was, I think it was fall time. And, what was her name, this woman? Was she a Delorme there?
Beverly Delorme?
No, it wasn't Beverly. His woman at the time.
Got short hair, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Who are you talking about?
Rico.
Rico's woman. Marcia.
Marcia.
Yeah.
She came, yeah, I got it. Horn. She came speeding into our driveway, slammed the brakes on halfway into the driveway. She got out, slammed the door. She came out. She started screaming bloody murder. What the F are you doing this and that? Yelling at me. And, you know, like, I don't really even know her. I know Rico, you know, but she's yelling at me like it's if she's my girlfriend or something. And she was mad. She was mad that we gave Rico this thing to rematriate the land because she wanted to get a, what was it, a rat program or something like that. And then she couldn't get it after. So what it tells me is that at the time, the document that we created, because she couldn't get the rat program. So she came up and she was, like I said, she was yelling, bloody hell. I said, hey, just calm down, get the hell out of here. You know, she was going crazy. So Rico, I know what happened to him. He was killed because he came up out of nothing. He was in the streets in Detroit, remember? He was doing some very bad stuff on the streets of Detroit. He cleaned up his life. He got up out of the gutter, out of heroin, and he got back home here, able to build himself a business, got himself a motorcycle, a van, a trailer, a house. He was making it. And everything that he was doing, he bought a video camera, make sure he was documenting all the town meetings. He was documenting it all. Soon as this happened to him, I got a call like 9 o'clock in the morning by Marcia. And she says, can you come over here? Because we already knew, you know, it was already known. She says, Rico left something for you. Can you come over here? She said that you are to get it right away. As soon as, if something was to happen to him, you have to come and take this right away. So I went there right away. I didn't know what it was. There's a box of the videotapes of all the meetings, that all the town meetings where you got a so-called clan mother from the 207 voting, putting her hand up with her whole family to create Kahnawake into be able to sell alcohol. Supporting her son who was Joe Norton's partner. And she voted in the town meeting. I got that videotape. Now today, her grandchildren, they would never believe that. And anybody at the 207 would never believe that their clan mother, a wolf clan mother, while sitting in the 207, voting in the band meeting to open up Kahnawake to selling alcohol. So this is part of, this was the box full of videos. He came with us to Soco, to Oneida, where they threatened myself, my father, and my brother Keith. Guys dressed up like, you wouldn't believe it, but it looked like the outlaw Josie Wales. You know, these big long jackets, and they're standing there and they're telling my father, you better get out of here, get out of here, get out of here. And while I'm standing up to talk, they're telling me to sit down and shut up. And while they're talking to my father, they got their guns, their coats, you can see they got a shotgun. Shotgun with a pistol, like a shotgun pistol, in their jackets. Two of them, both sides of them, there's two guys like that. Rico came with us all around and he filmed, he videotaped everything. They killed him. He didn't kill himself.
So how come he was on the altar then? Does anybody know why?
He wasn't on the altar, he was on the front step.
Well, apparently there was a letter from him to that.
Yeah, right.
On the front step of what? In front of the altar?
Church, right at the door.
Outside.
Yeah, right at the door.
I always heard it was inside, which was my part was why was the church still there, because one of the women who was totally Catholic, her mother, and they both told me that church should not be running anymore, nobody will back in there because of her mother was called something and you feel it's all. The church would never be. And I was like, why did they use it? Why is it still there? It's still there, and that's why the seaway goes round like that, it goes around the church, so they didn't have to take the church down, or they took all our homes.
Yeah.
Right? All our elders are homes, they took them all.
That's really interesting. You know, if there's somebody else in Kahnawake watching this and they hear this, I bet you there's other people who can fill in this story. Because Rico had anybody who remembers, he had so much going for him.
Yeah, he did.
And that guy, anybody who knew him, there was no down talk to him, you know, because he got out of the gutter. He's not a person who's
He's there, not going back down.
he's not a person who's going to kill himself. He had a business. His business was flourishing, as everybody knows. He was getting rich off his own business. Had a house. Everybody helped him. He was able to communicate with everybody, and the one thing that was his, say, like, his unique thing about communicating with people is that the late chief was his uncle. You know, so as that was like a doorway into conversation with other people.
I didn't know him. And I never met him before, no.
Yeah, he was the late Chief Joe Phillips' nephew.
Yeah. I didn't know that. I think I did know that.
A lot of things like this, as long as we're divided, we will never know the full truth. And the reality is that the truths that happened back then were like a double-edged sword. It was against both sides. It was negative to both sides, no matter what would happen. So nobody would end up ever coming together to talk about any truths. It's a given that would never happen. That's what they hope. But now somebody like Curry and his family comes along and refocuses our attention, not on the politics that divide us, but on the land that unites us. So now we got something very special. The reality is just about what we just talked about Rico. The three of us, we would never, ever have knowledge of this. We would never have this conversation, which would mean you would never have knowledge of the videos. You would never have knowledge of the land transfer that he done, which was the first land transfer in Kahnawake back to matrilineal, rematriating our land. He was the first person to do it. He wanted to do it. He was actually pushing us for a long time to do it. And myself, we always had a position of like, since the split, we identified, we're never gonna put a title, we're never gonna put anybody on the chief. Because if we did, then that would solidify our divisions. We would be saying to whoever the other side is, we would say, look, we're continuing to help you. And if somebody else did that, put up a position, they would be saying the same thing to us. The hell with you, we're divided and that's it, we continue on our merry ways. But for us, in our house, I myself was the one always saying, we will never put up a chief. We will never do that. Because a divided people cannot put up a chief. Only a united people can put up a chief. And there's a reality. If one of these houses in Kahnawake wants to put up a chief, say like what happened when Brian Skidders. What happened with him? He called a special meeting with myself and my father to go at the 207 at the in the cookhouse. I don't know if you were present. I know that Salma and what's her name? Norton. Yeah. She was, those two were there. There was a few others there. I didn't really know the faces. But Brian Skidders, when they were putting him up, he asked for a meeting with myself and my father to go to the 207. So we went there. And I told Brian myself, looking right at him, said, I will never recognize you as a chief. I says, the only way I will ever recognize you as a legitimate chief is if you've done what the Kahnawake have done. You unite the people. Otherwise, you are nothing. You're just a person in that division. And I will never recognize you. And I told him, I says, if you don't, and you go into this position, guaranteed, you're going to die. You're not going to survive it. Because nobody steps under a title if they are not eligible or qualified. And divided people are not eligible or qualified. That's one of the reasons why my knowledge of law is that my house, we can never put up a chiefship title until Kahnawake is united once again. Because until then, divided means I am not of what the Kahnawake had brought into this world. Because the Kahnawake came and united. He did not say divide your houses and be okay in your divisions. No, he even took the worst ones of us and made us. Well, he didn't have to threaten us. It's just a matter of us that we came to our senses to have Ayahuasca and Taradana sit in the same space and time. That identifies that you take the Hitler and you take the victim of Hitler and you bring them together and you make peace. Because if you don't have Hitler engaged in peace, you don't have peace. Because you'll always have Hitler on the outside and he'll always be a threat to peace. And this is the reality of our divisions. If any of us creates or puts up a position, we doom ourselves. Kahnawake is doomed. So each time that somebody put up a position, what it has done is it just pushed it back further. And if it gets pushed back any further, you will be dead, I will be dead. And no one else will ever remember. And there will only be a bunch of people who once came from a nation, but who will all only be under the British imposed genocidal system. That's what happens through our divisions. So our divisions cannot persist. We got to break our divisions. Imagine what the first people, when the Kahnawake brought us together, the day before they're killing each other. And then the next day they got to sit there across the table with each other. Imagine how hard it must have been for them, but they knew they had to swallow that pill. Because if they didn't, their children would perish. And we got to acknowledge this today. We can see that our children are going to perish. He's not going to be able to fix the things that should be fixed by me, by us in our time. Your children are not, they are dependent on us. If we let it all slip away, then we forget about the reasons why everything happened. We forget about the solutions, because only we have the solutions. The next generation, what could they possibly know if they come from our divisions? What could he possibly know about the Kahnawake that was if we stay in a division? He can't know anything about it except what I tell him about. And then what I tell him about it is our side of it. And our side of it isn't the same as your side of it. And so we perpetuate the white man's corruption upon ourselves. So I'll say that where we are right now, that we have gone much further than anybody else in our whole history. I'll say much further. I'll say we're walking the path. We're walking the true path. Places where people were scared to walk. Places where people like Jagusa say walk. That's where we're walking. We're walking in the footsteps of Ayahuasca. And we got to pay honor and tribute to them. We can't let that go away. If we do, the whole world perishes, because we are the anchor to peace on earth. No one else is. We are. So the entire white man's world, no matter what the hell they're going to do, it's us, what we decide. And especially, Kahnawake has always been the influence in the world. It's just that the world doesn't know it anymore. But you watch what's going to happen from here. If we persist, just a little talk that we have done here today, anybody's going to see that, you're going to know that there's a world of knowledge that's waiting to come out if we sit at the same table. And the young ones will see that if we don't sit at the same table, then that world of knowledge is gone. And in the future, they'll be blaming us. We're all ready to blame anyways, but they'll be blaming us for something that is a certain death for them. We are in a very, very unique position right now today. And I'll say that it actually, well, it doesn't conclude, but I'll say we get our power on April 8th. That Jagusa is going to rain on us again. She's going to give us her power. April 8th. And we're all going to have to come up, and we're all going to have to stand for it. Because whenever it is.
The progress is on the thing, right?
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the eclipse.
Oh.
That coincides with, we're given up to the 8th. You get of the 9th and 10th. Our beautiful observation, and point are changing, and are changing to a different world. Our new beginning is going to be there.
Okay, look, for all of this being said, when are we going to Montreal?
The third,
On April 3rd, we're going to be at the Bon Secours Market. There's an organization called
Observatory of Inequalities.
Observatory of Inequality, Racism, all of that. So they're doing an event there at the Bon Secours Market. So they heard us, and we're the only ones left now, it seems, who remember. We're the only ones stating this anymore. Is that at the Bon Secours Market, they tore apart two of our chiefs there with oxen. People don't remember that. Two of our longhouse chiefs from here in Kahnawake in the Bon Secours Market were torn apart with 4 oxen. You know, they tied the arms and legs because they would not denounce the longhouse, because we would not turn over to them. Kahnawake was always the prize for the white man. They know, because this is, you can say, like, if there's a core to the core, this is the core. Kahnawake is the core.
A lot of energy here, energy stones, everything. We're amateur, And there's a lot here. Even from my house to a certain point with combined on the service, we curving the mouth. A lot of ironstone and pigmentite. But as you head down towards, and for the new development, they coincide where the color and the composition change. So, you get more pigmentite and more viscerally, like, the quantum stone like this, there are two kinds of stone. But you see these in big pot of stone. The path, when I was a kid, I remember sitting on the table playing with the little kitchen. All enough to remember 9, 10 years old. The geological studies and that. And it was, I remember my father, I believe, all the work we there. So we're going to that encyclopedia on the farm. Everybody was there doing the work, what people, there's a pot. And what mentioned when I was a kid, I was my father, and we never go out, we didn't talk. A lot of stuff. I think the hardest stuff. You think, oh, get harder and harder. There's money there. So, okay, I will, a lot of things there. And got a lot of, what's the position on there? Is that home store? Is that flat battery?
North.
Oh, Norfolk. I hope that the council in disagreement with them, trying to shut that down. Because it says me and my wife having to pronoun, went to Joey Rodo, and looking at the police. Or they got, we don't want to disturb the one state, they're something. So we did, we went to the wishing and find a blueberry, give her a bank, they're really looking for. So, we took the opportunity there, we looked to search for the stone, the minerals. And, we found a couple of pieces of lithium. So what's on the ground, on top of the ground, is what we use, stone implants. 2 phones, 2 different, always different apps. We take into consideration what the 2 phones will tell us. I went to professionals, if I want to buy, stone on it. Potential of the, stone identifier, and it says, what you can get, pretty accurate, to give you a good indication of what you're hunting for. You find pigmentites of that, pyrite, there's things associated with it, different minerals, you're gonna find stuff, things of value. So it's pretty accurate, so you know, to get a really good idea of what is around. And we found 2 pieces of lithium stone that were identified in 2 different apps. We did 42 points. But all we should be very watchful on what goes on up there since the concrete involved. They got a big quarry here. Not saying that in front of, but what are you gonna do when time comes, you know? Here, not for them to repossess something there or repossess another mine, or they, you know. But if they're buying our property here, it is to the council, then we gotta keep an eye on what they're doing there. Or even better, just get rid of them and find out what they're doing. But this one, we will find out, get rid of the body and go and look and see what they do. But it's a burn, when you walk in the door, you sit, you know, on your birthday at council after the inauguration. Get your mall.
Secrecy clause.
If you don't share your mall, you're going to jail, you're gonna die of the reformat. And that came from their malls, people that were there, not that are there. But the people that were there.
Well, it seems that from north to south, wherever you see where there's lithium mines or lithium detected, it seems like it's very close to where these people are living. It's not just like, say, like in our territory, it's where we're living, it's close to that. So, you know, it's like when a dog, goes around in circles, you know, to get comfortable and then sits in this very same spot. You know, it's a matter of where we're comfortable, where we feel the energy. So it would seem like that wherever we have felt like this is where we're gonna live, that maybe it's because it's connected to certain powers like that. You know, that is a power. It is something that is affected by the Earth's electromagnetic field. So it affects us. Okay, anyways, look, what I was saying is that in this event, on April 3rd, at the Boston Core Market, we're gonna have a small panel there of different ones of us, myself, my son. I already spoke to Sean about this, and if you would be willing to represent our different sectors of Kahnawake, because it's a group looking at inequalities, racism, and all of that. So to identify, you know, from his perspective, you know, certain demographic of Kahnawake, yours another demographic, mine another, you know, to say, just to address the people gathered. So that's open for use for your family on that day. What's that?
It's his birthday last day.
Oh.
But I don't mind if you.
Well, if one of you can make it, it's an opportunity to put the information out there. You know, so that's something that we just arranged in the past week. So since last meeting when we were gathered here, we were kind of seeing that it was going to happen, but we couldn't identify it yet. But this month now it's solidified. So that's a place where you can, where this information can be brought up. Okay, for myself, we said we gotta go a long time ago, but we do gotta go. Is it okay with everybody? Close up now? Who's gonna do the closing then? Are we gonna go with the eldest? Would that be, that's not you, what? Are you the eldest? The eldest? Who's the eldest here?
I don't know.
Perry, do you want to do the closing?
I will.
Okay, so does anybody have any problem with me doing the closing?
No.
Okay, everybody, just to identify that, the purposes of which we came together today was above and beyond whatever our division has been in the last 50 years. We know that just by sitting here, or some of us know, you can say what you know, that the divisions in this room were really like between us here. You weren't really involved in those divisions. The rest of the town was really subjected to it. So but the fact is, you know, you're aware of these divisions. And the reality is that we've lived in this now for 50 years. We grew up knowing each other. We sat in the same house together. We sat in ceremonies and in social dances together. Even you sat in socials at a certain way back at a certain time, didn't you? If I recall correctly. Then I'm thinking about your brother. Yeah. Okay, so, but the thing is you're aware of all of that anyways. So the thing is that we're all aware of what has happened to us. And we can see that by us being divided, we look back that what we're talking about right now is what happened to us because of division. So if we were not divided, we can say that these things quite possibly would not be here for us to deal with. Quite possibly. So we know that for the purposes of coming together that we are addressing much more than the issue, just a little, well, not little issues, but just the issues that we're here to discuss. We know we are addressing much more. We're looking at maybe inadvertently, like a healing of Kahnawake. And like what you said, we don't have to love each other. We don't have to like each other, but we live next to each other. And our children are going to suffer or continue suffering from the divisions that we have perpetuated, or they will benefit from us not coming together and, like we said, sitting in each other's houses, but by coming together and taking responsibility together for the things that we know. Only we can take care of. Other peoples, we know what they're gonna do. We know that they are gonna sell us out. We know that they're gonna sell out our children. Our faces yet beneath the earth aren't even gonna have the quarter-acre parcel of land that they've been allotted, that some in the past have been allotted. So we can see where it's going. So we can see that this is a pivotal moment. I've seen many times in my life where people have said, this is our last chance. We gotta act now. I've seen that many times, and you have seen that too many times. Well, when is the last time gonna actually be? This might be the last time, the last chance that we get. In our lifetimes, if we don't do it now, let's just say another 10 years goes by. A good possibility at the age that I'm at, I'm 61 now, I'm almost 62. Good possibility in another 10 years, 72, maybe I'll be dead by then. What possibility will our children have? Now, for me, the whole town could say, well, hey, good time, get all the way. And then we could all do whatever we gotta do. But then, that would be fine for me also. I just continue doing what I'm doing. But the reality is what we've seen right here today. There's more benefit of us from being together, being able to tolerate each other, sit in the same room, and to be able to speak civilized with each other, that there is more benefit to our faces yet to meet you. Things such as like those young ones, to us younger, they got no clue of knowing the things that we know, the things that we've seen. And this means that as we're divided, we're actually sitting on that information. We're not sharing it to our children. So, for all of that, ayun kaya yan, yat sa tukon ng meron ng hetzel, ang buri at the Kahnawake. Dam daw ang hetzel at sa stas na agwego ang agora kaya ang sa doon na stan. Dam daw ang hetzel na asap ni bakar again na ganang hagar at dineto ng makaroni Ceremony. Dam daw ang hetzel na ori wheel. Kung what shapes of the mga sa stas. Deti namorado Abuelo Rodenus Roma, Zevodus Roma. Deti namorado Ungol Nyalaboa Sawyer, that Condor heads that Gauss and Aguays and he the Gary on Aguego of Plaza and Mukasuka. All the medicines that she was mentioning earlier when she done the opening. I was just sitting there because I get to listen to somebody else with you. I was just sitting there listening in my head, letting those things spin around in my head when she was mentioning all the medicines. Very beautiful. Very beautiful for me to hear somebody else doing an opening and mentioning all those medicines. And so I give thanks personally to everybody that is gathered. I give thanks to this process. Unfortunate as it is that Curry and his family happens to be a catalyst for something good happening, but it's a bad experience that is hit them. So you are, your family, you are the anchor here. There is something special happening to you. There is something for you to think much more deeply about this with the pollutants that are there. There is something there in the land that is activated. And this might go back to your fault. Like some of the things that I heard you identify. But something in the land is activating this. And something in the land is activating the people of Kahnawake. So we say, Yamagoa, Dogatana, Nahoda, Yataxo, air to solid, air to solid, air to solid. Can you hesitate to be doing it? Tony, I want to do. So the only thing left is, as you know, is to complete. Have you ever?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, we gotta get all this closed up. Okay, so, oh no, for anybody who is with us now and watching, we're gonna leave this meeting now. And we're going back up to the Longhouse to conclude the reconstitution. We know that it's been long, and we're kind of but as you see, this is it would be impossible. So see, we are the divided. Second meeting now, and last meeting was an icebreaker. It was really kind last time, all I did was shake their hand. This time, so much. So, okay, so bear with us. Still there, okay, another holiday. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's all the thing. The goal of, let's say, yeah. So we didn't know we didn't. You know, I'm not going here. So we were on the cell and we get out of the top of the. Yeah, yeah. Oh, there's not being wrong. Where are you? We had so many kind of technology for this. So we can't really remember the next one. See, we said people.
We do a reconstitution of the legal and the common. We do this right Sunday closest to. So, the state with the constitution, the title of the salt. There. And I see it. We have done the like two days. Oh, I can understand that. I know what I can. Oh, I forget.
Some people are
Was there?
Because somebody like from Friday last year, He's saying to me, well, you're giving away, right? And you're giving away. We made a video of our garden, ceremony of garden. Parts like, you know, mowing to it, like we got a circle garden. He goes way out and we look at the garden, wow. Like, all of the. No problem.
Yeah, what do we do with the Zoom though? Should I plug with my phone in the meantime? Well, you say a big hi to Jennifer, Harry. You say a big hi to Jennifer for me. It's been a while that I don't see her.
He played with her cat.
But every time that I wear her earrings, I think of her.
Oh, he's making some
Oh,
more.
thank you so much. She's so good at it.
Jennifer making some more.
Awesome.
Yeah. You know? He's making some more.
She's so good. She's really good.
And he did a kitty cat walk. Molly walk.
What color?
With one cat. And what happened? Good. When the walk around her leg, from the rifle go to paw. Oh, he's so bad. He's so bad.
Strong, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And you follow down for to the bed.
Wow.
That's his baby, right?
Of course.
You have three cats. Two boys.
Yeah.
You have two boys. And still got maybe all right. This can go off. That. Yeah.
It's cold out there. Yeah, it's over here, it's off your bed, right there. It's cold out there for the lake.
Where do we go to the walk? How come we weren't faced with mass extinction during the Egyptian life?
Yeah.
Because we took care of our people, we were organized. That's why Kahnawake we're basically the last holdout. Because Kahnawake will influence everybody else because we're the only ones that were capable to protect and defend our children. There was a few people from Kahnawake that went to those lectures. When we were in the meeting at the 207, Selma told us that her parents sent her brothers to the residential because they couldn't afford to feed them.
We have the names of the families that the children went.
There's very few here. I don't know very many. My uncle, I only have one uncle that went. He's right across. And other than that, I don't know anybody else. My family line on either side.
Mohawks, there are Mohawks that
Yeah, they all got it. Kahnawake is the only place where we protect them.
they were faced with deaths too, or?
They got it. Uncle Hustley got residential schools. I would say probably people there, I'd say maybe about 40 years. Kahnawake, less than 20%, I would say.
Because
How many do you know? Do you know of any?
my father, my uncles, except for Peter was too small. My aunties, the whole family was bigger.
Yeah.
My family, I want to see if there's, I'm trying to rationalize why these people are using this industry. I want to see if other nations do us. You're just walked around, different residential schools, different residential schools. Because my father, he went to residential school, he got walked around from British Columbia, Spanish, and he was here. And when he got home, you know what my father did? He opened the dumps. He helped open the dumps on the swamps. I'm trying to rationalize why he was disallowed. Was that a deal? We'll give you your children back if you will do this.
Well, look, think of a production line, like a factory that produces an automobile. There's a designer, and then there's the factory production, and there's a specialty for this, for the chassis, for the engine, for this and that. But it's all designed for the end product. So the production line was to take our children, change them, kill the ones that wouldn't be changed. Change the ones that would be changed. You educate them, de-educate them into white parasitic. So when they come back home, the second phase on the production line, which is the bad system, they automatically go into that. Now, if they don't go into that, they're no longer that structure, which is educated up there to economics. So when you come back to Kahnawake, what most people don't know is that the people who want to be residential were given an option, and the option was enfranchisement to sell your native identity for $4,000. And if you sold it for $4,000 when you get out of residential schools, that gave you the ability to get a loan from a bank. Our people said they went for that, but they did, instead of going to get back, just drank it away.
I also heard that Indian Act, Kahnawake bit a lot, where the fact they were given land and money, except the Indian Act.
Yeah, that's not privatization. Look at the old maps. Look at the old map of Kahnawake, which is the fourth area. You're going to see very small parcels of land, less than a quarter acre. You can't. So everybody who's lived in the village, all the people who live in the village, these are people who have white mothers. Meaning, they're not their own mother. They got white mother. So that's the system, you know, because you know that if you're a man and you marry a woman, she comes a native. But if a native woman marry her, she's carrying the clan, she's gonna get up. That's how they picked up the clan. Because what happened at the residential school, think of this, if RCMP might take your children away, that's right in front of your wife. At the end of the day, your wife is looking at you as to why didn't you protect our children? So it divided the women and the men. And the men, the ones that did do something, many of them got killed. And if they didn't get killed, they got beaten up and thrown in jail by the RCMP. Because don't forget, it's the RCMP that came to kidnap our children. Resisted, our people went to jail. So what automatically happened, which meant that they didn't take every child. They would take one of your children. So you would be left in a circumstance of having to decide, well, do I get arrested and thrown in jail? Who's going to take care of my other child? And so right then and there, many of the men just backed off. They just let their other child go. It's not that they just let them go, it's because if they resisted, they'd be in jail and possibly killed, and no one will be there to take care of their child. The corruption of the British Nazi residential school concentration camps it's much worse than what anybody ever scrapes the surface on. Because they don't know, they don't talk about these things. It divided the women and the men. The women, many of our mothers went to suicide. You don't know that because their children are gone. And they're looking at the husbands did not protect their children. And so they had an anger at their men. And so this is what prompted the women to marry up, and the men were already discarded by the women because the women looked at them as being responsible, not protecting their children. So there was a division that was caused between the women and the men here as a result of this genocidal British imposed Nazi residential school concentration camp. It divided the women, it caused them to marry out. And once they're married out, we see the end results.
Is there any way of finding out which families from Kahnawake went to residential school and between 1940 and 1950?
I would say this is the only process that would figure it out. Because like I said, you see them and myself and I and them talking to me, you would never hear these things anywhere else. It's impossible. Only when those two and myself get together to talk, because now I'm the only one left alive now from this side of the division. And as far as that goes, really, Wilma and Patty, they were there, but they weren't really, say like in the core of the longhouse when it was divided. You know, they were, what happened here in the 60s is there was a huge move of people returning back to the longhouse. Remember that, Harry?
Oh, yeah.
There was everybody from town was going to the longhouse to get the red card, to get the ID. And that's what everybody went there for, but then as soon as they got it, they just left. They just left, they were no longer in the longhouse. So there was a wave of people coming back, like for, say, like their rights, you know, like the ability to go and get something tax exempt. Because when I was growing up, myself, would all the time, anywhere, go shopping in the Shein, go with my friends, Shandy, Montreal, tax exempt, anywhere we go, on anything. We didn't need a card. But the red card was, everybody was using that because at the time, I don't know if you recall this, it was an event in 1969. In Montezuma about them taking a trailer from the state side to the island. And there was a big dispute, the border was shut down, all the people went there. Anyways, as a result of that, they were clamping down or squeezing us at the border. So everybody came to the Longhouse for those bread cards to get across the border. And then, like I said, once they got it, they just disappeared. So the reality of the people who were there at that time, I know, I seen them, I was there. You know, is that they weren't really the core of the Longhouse. You know, they weren't. Like the ones carrying out the ceremonies, doing the songs and that. They were there. I remember Wilma being there. I remember Patty being there at the socials and stuff like that. But at the councils, they weren't there. I know because my mother was a clan mother and I had to sit there. My mother made me sit there. I couldn't leave and go out and play with the kids. All my friends were allowed to go out and play. I was the only one. I had to stay in. I had to stay in the council. So I know all the people who were there. They were never there in the councils, but they were there in the socials. You know, so, but this is the reason why, like I said, to get to a point of knowing that information, it can only be by these people coming together to talk. Because otherwise, you're in the status quo of what you grew up in. Did you ever hear anybody talking about the things that you hear about today? You're not going to hear it from them because they don't know it. They can't represent it. So it's only through this process, starting from here. It's actually your, I'll say, it's your kids that are bringing this up. It's your kids that are pushing you. Your kids are talking to you. You know, they're talking to you from the future.
My son is 6 years old and he's like so like on board with everything. Like he had to write a sentence for class and it was like the word good. But he had to write a sentence and he's like the good people that are helping us to like get rid of it. He wants to write on his board.
Sorry, the kids are there. We got a program our kids are there.
Okay, we really gotta get moving. Come on, let's get this. The other stuff, can you get here? Can you get the door?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a third visit next month. Gonna give her a chance to speak. There's a lot of information about the spraying. Try to keep it to the spraying.
She just gave me information about the hygiene, and she says the main part is waste management. She's got to present.
Okay, look, that's gonna depend on everybody that's present. We're gonna have to ask.
Take as many as you want to with your family and. Yeah, yeah.
You take them from here.
Oh.
I appreciate you letting me.
What we'll do is, at the next meeting, we'll identify that who you are, that you've been here since the first meeting, that it's your third meeting, and that you got information, but if the people don't accept you to talk, then you're not gonna talk.
How many would you like?
Okay, so perfect, you know how it's gonna be presented then. So we'll do this at the beginning. We'll identify it, not that you're gonna talk
Just
right
give a
at the
number.
beginning, but we'll have it
More than
addressed so that everybody present is gonna know and say yes or no.
But I could give you photocopies of what I have.
Yes, put them on.
But it will be best, if you do speak though. But it's gonna be camera on everything.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna take off. Yeah. Okay, all right, we really gotta get going too.
Do you wanna take, it's for us, you take it, take the whole thing,
Taking the whole thing?
yeah. Do you want me
Okay.
to carry
Okay,
that?
even
Yeah,
if you wanna
yeah.
come talk to us.
Okay,
after
do I
that.
take this one? Okay, then. Everything is how it was? Yeah. Okay.
Or, I'll send it. I don't have a computer.
Well, I hope in a room, it's better.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for coming.
I wouldn't even know. I was
Oh, no.
right now I'm missing. Yeah, no problem.
Like everybody's looking for you. Where the heck is show? Yes, me too. I'm gonna do that. Yeah, that's strawberry juice.
Oh, yeah? Oh, you brought strawberry too?
I did, yeah.
Woo-hoo, yeah, let's go.
That's it, Howie. That's it, Howie.
Alrighty. Oh, yeah. Oh. Wow. Wow. The talk afterwards,
Mm.
I like what I see is that when you go to Grand Council, the most important part is, of course, when you're in council, it's important, but the most important parts take place before, at lunch, and afterwards.
Ah.
And as you've seen, well, I don't know if you heard the conversations, but the conversations that we had afterwards, now we established that at this meeting at the 207 on the, what they say, the 6th or something.
Yeah,
like
the
that,
6th. Yeah.
that we're gonna go there together and we're gonna sit together. Now, for anybody to hear that, might not seem like anything, but in this town, it'd be the last thing that anyone would ever expect for us even to be talking, but much less to be sitting together, and especially at the 207. But to know that these are the women that I was talking to there, this is like the old guard at the 207, like after the division. And they've had disillusionment there. There's some kind of, obviously some kind of issue, as you see, between them. So no, they don't even go there. They don't even sit there. But they identified that when people from there see them, like Wilma said, that there was a young guy that came up to her and hugged her and was even crying that they don't see them no more. They want them to go back. So for them to see, for what's going to happen on that day where we're going to be sitting together in that house, this is against the laws of physics. That's how far out of the ordinary that is going to be. It's to be against the laws of physics. So today is really, for me, the conversations that we had today with the people that I'm talking to, it's like never, it would never, ever happen in this world. So I know that there is some kind of forces out there that are working to make massive change happen in this world. A massive change starts in a small way, and the Kahnawake are the foundation of peace in the entire world. We are the only ones that pulled our heads out of the dark ages of war, evolved with the women in a matrilineal truth, of law. We're the only people on earth to do this. So the Kahnawake have altered the earth, the entire planet in the past. And you are going to watch right now with your own eyes the Kahnawake affecting the entire planet again, changing it, fixing it, healing all of the brokenness that has happened to humanity. We're going to heal it. And today it was really a testament to that. I felt so good today talking with those two women that were in there. And if I told you half of the things that divides us, you would say to me, what the hell is wrong with me? Sitting in the same room with them, even talking to them. But as you see, the faces yet beneath the earth are active. They're in motion, and they're making this happen. Our children, our unborn children, are making the change. All we got to do is rise to the challenge. This is our challenge dance. It's time for us to dance. Now we're home. So get back in there and we'll finish up with the Reconstitution in a few minutes. So we're going to take a short break and then we'll be back on.
Hey, hello. Uh-oh. How is it going? Absolutely. Okay, we can switch now.
Was it ever a good meeting?
My computer is about to die, so.
We can switch to mine. Okay, I'm gonna leave this.
Okay, hold on, now we're gonna come in with the TV. Somebody wanna door?
Are you still online? Yes, we are.
No, we're.
Oh. Maybe. Oh, they put the whole
Hey,
thing.
we gave a bunch of these. That's good. Okay, nice.
Let me see this. John, can you come here, man?
Yeah,
Which one is 1 and 2?
that's one, that's two, that's one.
Okay.
Oh, this is the junk.
Don't tilt it up yet.
Sausages.
You waiting very good with mushroom? Do you have mushroom? Don't need to, don't need to. No, I don't need to save it for bread.
Okay.
Okay, just send me those. Any minute.
Okay. This one's good. Can you come down? Okay. Use it. I'm gonna go start the generator.
Oh, okay, cool.
So we'll have electrics.
I was giving my internet connection. Yeah, this is the time.
Edith, you look pretty.
Oh, thank you. You're so sweet.
You do.
No, no, it's because you're so sweet.
Yeah, then you will be getting yours.
Huh?
1, 2, 5, right? What's a photo picture like? Sorry?
Oh yeah, there's little treats there if anybody wants.
Fish alive, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then I'll let it go again.
No.
And then the next verse is, why did I let it go? Because it bit my finger. So which finger did it bite? The little finger on my right.
Hilarious.
Recording in progress. Okay.
It's cold. Cold. Outside. It's cold outside. Diddle diddle diddle, diddle diddle diddle, diddle 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 diddle. Where's the other thing?
Okay.
Yeah, this thing right here. Peanut butter sandwiches.
Yorkshire pudding? These are like raw cinnamon roll, and these are like paper towel pots. Okay, so like pizza Halloween, Carrie's wife. Oh, and baby came to pick up the glasses, so I gave her the food meal that was on top of the stair. He said that he promised me 7, so I only gave her the 4 meals that were there for the Indian meal too. He said that you would be here at 5.
I promised her 60.
Okay, so she got 48, but she said she was okay.
Okay, is this,
It's all on. Is the internet hooked up? Because I would take it out of my phone.
yeah, it's on.
You want to charge your computer?
Whose computer is this?
But it's charged. It will last for a couple of hours.
Okay, well, we can stay on yours then. Okay, let me move this here.
Oh yeah, we need the candle, huh?
I'm going to move. You take it off? We come back for dinner? Good meeting today. On the good stuff. Okay, let me adjust this here.
You? Yeah. I needed not.
What?
No, I have to feel like I need to check the street and the bag. Maybe not.
Yeah.
It's pretty clever. I love that.
Carrie's baby
Look,
daughter.
knit green is my favorite color. Well, all the ocean dreams.
They're kind of like Caribbean.
Whale came last night. Even though it was a lion this morning.
Lion. Okay.
Two for Brooklyn, so, okay, 2, 4, 10. Yeah, 10.
Oh my goodness, these things are really super sweet.
Yeah.
Oh, my dining.
Oh, something that's really sweet. Might be too sweet. It's French. Too sweet. Yeah, they're too French. Oh, too French. They're too sweet.
Oh, wow.
Right.
Ah. Ah. Okay, well, Gajokwa, we're back. Today has been a really different reconstitution Zoom.
Entonces, empezamos con la traducción en español. Ya estamos de vuelta en la Casa Larga y como se han podido dar cuenta, hoy ha sido una reunión de reconstitución muy distinta de las otras.
If you were with us, if you were patient enough to sit through the last few hours, you'd see that this was a very important meeting being held here in Kahnawake pertaining to protecting the land.
Y si tuvieron la paciencia para poderse sentar todo ese tiempo, vieron que era una junta muy importante para la gente de Kahnawake y su tierra.
Without going into all the specifics about it, everybody knows that the original peoples of Turtle Island have been systemically, racially genocided upon.
Sin entrar en detalle, pues sabemos que todos los pueblos originarios de la isla de la Tortuga han sido sistemáticamente genocidados por el racismo.
This means we have been bombarded with every kind of division you could imagine.
Y esto significa que hemos sido bombardeados por cada tipo de división que se puedan imaginar.
And this is the design of genocide, to have the people divided so that you can complete the conquest.
Y ese es el objetivo del genocidio, que la gente sea dividida para poder completar la conquista.
And as you know, it's not so much that they want the people to be conquested, it's the land that they want. They want the people who are there to be enslaved. So they don't really want a conquest of them. They just want the people to be changed, to be the slaves, to do the work.
for the genociders.
Y como saben, no es tanto a la gente a la que quieren dividir, sino que la quieren dividida, o más bien a la que quieren dañar, sino que la gente dividida para poder apropiarse de la tierra después fácilmente, porque es sobre la tierra la que se hace la conquista.
And so every native community, no matter where you are, Turtle Island, north and south, every native community has been targeted to divide, slice, and dice to create such a mayhem, a chaos within each community that the people within the community cannot communicate with each other and therefore work for the benefit of each other.
Y en cada comunidad nativa, esa división ha sido tan exitosa que hace que la gente ni siquiera se puede hablar la una a la otra y así hace que sea un éxito el tomar la tierra.
But what took place today in this meeting, if you had the patience to watch it,
Lo que ocurrió hoy en el encuentro, si de nuevo tuvieron la paciencia de sentarse y escucharla,
was the beginning of a healing on an incremental level. It's not all the people. As you see, there's only a few people in there. Really, there was only 3 people, of which what it applies to, what I'm speaking of.
fue el inicio de una sanación y a pesar de que no estamos hablando de que había un montón de gente, realmente fueron, digamos, 3 personas con las que esto se empieza ahora.
Because the other people present were not a part of those divisions. They were just like the regular people of the community. They weren't like, say, core of this group or that group. And when they're divided, like they're divided into these groups. They were just, most of them were just of the people.
Porque los demás que estaban ahí no habían sido parte de la división original, entonces, digamos, hacen parte de la comunidad, han escuchado de la división, pero no la vivieron como tal.
So to have transpired what took place today is virtually unheard of. I, and anyone who knows me here in Kahnawake, would never expect the communication that took place today.
Y para que ocurra lo que hoy sucedió, pues es algo completamente inaudito. Es decir, ¿cómo fue posible? Yo nunca he visto algo así.
It is a huge movement towards correction.
Y es un gran movimiento hacia la corrección.
And it doesn't have to be any kind of, like, say, I don't know, any kind of work done together from here. All it has to be is the fact that we have sat in the same room together, we have communicated, we were able to communicate like civilized adults. We were able to come together for the benefit of our faces yet beneath the earth.
Y a pesar de que ni siquiera tengamos que hacer algo así como que un trabajo juntos más tarde o algo así, fue el hecho simple de que nos hayamos sentado juntos a platicar, a evaluar las cosas en el pasado. Este es un gran paso para los rostros que están aún abajo de la tierra.
So what took place today here in Kahnawake in just one divided community is a template that can be utilized in every native community, north and south Turtle Island.
Entonces, lo que ocurrió hoy aquí en Kahnawake es algo que puede ser como una base de inspiración para cualquier otro pueblo originario de la Isla de la Tortuga.
Now, a lot of places may already be engaged in a reunification. A lot of places may not have ever even been divided.
Y puede que haya otros lugares que ya estén comprometidos en una reunificación, tal vez haya otros que ni siquiera hayan estado en una división.
But for the people and nations who have been subjected to division, then you probably see the similarities. You probably see the exact same thing.
Pero para los pueblos y naciones que sí han estado en divisiones, pues pueden ver seguramente los paralelos y ven casi lo mismo.
And so if you have seen the same thing in your community, then you would know really how important and how much of a big thing today actually was.
Y si han visto lo mismo en su comunidad, entonces pueden darse cuenta a qué grado lo que hoy ocurrió fue inmenso.
The last meeting that we had, the first meeting with them a moon ago,
Y la luna, hace una luna, es decir, en la última luna llena cuando tuvimos el encuentro con ellos,
It was the icebreaker for us, and at the end of that meeting, we shook hands, and it was maybe we could say kind of reluctant, on each side. We were maybe kind of compelled into doing it, Probably wasn't the thing we would do on our regular normal day.
y fue el rompehielo, así como, bueno, al final del encuentro nos dimos las manos y bueno, a lo mejor fue así como un poquito de resistencia, no es algo que haríamos el día a día.
And last time, like I said, we shook hands, and that was the furthest we have ever gone together in the past 50 years.
Y como dije, nos agarramos la mano y esto había sido lo más lejos que habíamos llegado.
But today, this time, it wasn't just a handshake, it was a hug. And it wasn't just a hug, like, oh, I'll hug you, okay, and that's it. This was a hug of feeling, of remembering.
Pero hoy no fue nada más el darse la mano y ya, sino que fue un abrazo, y no fue un abrazo así como de, ay, bueno, sino que fue un abrazo de sentimiento, de recordar.
We held each other.
Nos agarramos de nuevo.
Sure as hell was not anywhere near that in the last 50 years.
Y por supuesto que de ninguna forma eso ocurrió en los últimos 50 años.
So today is a celebration for all original peoples across Turtle Island, North and South, that it is the beginning of a wave.
Entonces hoy es una celebración para todos los pueblos originarios del sur y del norte, que este es un inicio de una nueva ola.
And this wave, depending on you, could become a tsunami.
Y esta ola, dependiendo de ustedes, puede volverse un tsunami.
Not coming to do damage, but coming to cleanse.
No para venir a dañar, sino para venir a limpiar.
Coming to remove all of the obstructions that were placed between us for the past 50 years.
Para remover todas las obstrucciones que fueron puestas en el camino por 50 años.
Removing all of those obstructions, all of the garbage that has been placed between us.
Removiendo todas las obstrucciones, toda esa basura que fue puesta entre nosotros.
Just so that we can see each other again.
Para que nos podamos volver a ver a los rostros de nuevo.
This is all that is necessary for us to just start looking at each other.
Y eso es lo que es necesario para que podamos volver a vernos a los ojos.
You know how it is. After a while, you're either going to be the person that you're looking at, you're either going to start making faces and smiling, or else things are going to get mean and angry.
Porque ya saben cómo ocurre. Después de una interacción, bueno, van a empezar tal vez a sonreír y a hacer caras bonitas, o si no, la cosa se va a volver enojada y agresiva.
But the thing that is hope, not only for Kahnawake, not only for the original peoples of Turtle Island, for the whole world. There is hope here today in Kahnawake because we are beginning to address the tip of the iceberg.
Pero hay esperanza para todos los pueblos originarios de la isla de la Tortuga, porque hoy aquí en Kahnawake empezamos a hablar de solamente la punta de todo el iceberg.
It's not on, say, like official levels. The fact that it's happening, I mean, it's official. It's just that it's going to take a while for others, for everyone to officiate it within their own minds.
Y no se trata de niveles oficiales, pero es nada más una cuestión de tiempo en el que los demás van a poder oficializarlo en sus propias mentes.
Okay, so today is a teaching part of history.
Entonces hoy es una parte de enseñanza de la historia.
Something that everyone can learn from.
Algo de lo cual todo el mundo puede aprender.
Okay, so that's where we just came back from. If you were with us, if you watched it, you seen what was happening. And so, if you were there, well, if there's any questions or any statements that anybody wants to make, we'll open the floor to that. And if not, then we'll just move on to
other things that we need to address.
Entonces, esa es la parte que estamos cerrando ahorita. Si estuvieron con nosotros y tienen alguna pregunta, comentario, algo que decir, adelante. Si no, vamos a pasar a lo que sigue. Susan just raised her hand. Susan levantó su manita. Go ahead, Susan.
Okay, my name is Susan Reese Mashike. I am the daughter of Lillian, who carries the clan Mashike and the family name Mashike. I am the granddaughter of Helen Samuels and the great-granddaughter of Mary Petoskey. Yeah, I was there throughout the whole meeting, and what I came away from it was, Stuart, you had a dream some time ago that you couldn't figure out. And I think this has something to do with the fruition of unresolved conflict, because I remember either commenting, I guess in writing, that I felt it was a dream that would probably be episodic. You'd be dealing with it again. You have other dreams. But how I'm interpreting this dream of yours is this is a continuation of fruition of some of the things you couldn't figure out. So I just wanted to share that with you, all my relations.
Entonces, Stuart, bueno, primero Susan se presenta de forma matrilineal mencionando a su mami, a su abuelita y también es el clan de la tortuga, y ella sí presentó todo este tiempo a escuchar el encuentro. Y quería decirle a Stuart que si él se acuerda, hace un tiempo tuvo un sueño que él no podía realmente cómo determinar. Entonces Susan se acuerda de este sueño y le quiere pasar el mensaje de que es el encuentro del día de hoy, el inicio de algo que está tomando frutos, que es en relación a su sueño. Entonces, eso es lo que le quería decir.
Yeah, a lot of times when we'll receive something like a premonition, of course, we might not know what it references or what it encompasses, you know, until maybe months or years down the road when something related to it happens.
A veces cuando vemos una premonición no la entendemos mucho, sino solamente algunos años más tarde cuando ya se lleva a cabo.
But I incorporate, sorry, we're hungry. I'm hungry anyways.
Porque de repente se puso bien hambrienta la cosa.
But what I incorporate in this picture is not only like what's happening here today in that meeting. I incorporate what we have been observing, seeing, and hearing happening within the Bourdon family, and even within you as how it's affected you. I don't view it or see it as separate things. I see it all as one thing happening to the collective body.
Y lo que yo veo que está ocurriendo hoy en Kahnawake no es algo como aislado, que nos pasa nada más a nosotros, sino que es algo que está ligado a lo que le está ocurriendo, por ejemplo, a la familia Bourdon, o lo que te puede ocurrir a ti. Es decir, porque se trata de cómo ha afectado a toda nuestra familia, la gran familia que somos.
And so these things won't actually affect everybody in the proper way unless the people who are involved in it take that approach as a collective thing. If I'm involved in it and I'm only addressing it from my house or from myself, then it doesn't encompass the Bourdon family, what's happening in every reserve, in every native community.
Y estas cosas solamente pueden ser abordadas de esa forma, de forma colectiva, porque si yo hablo a nombre nada más de mi familia o de mi casa, pues, ¿qué pasa con todo lo que le ocurre justamente a ti, a la familia Bourdon? Entonces tiene que hablarse de esta gran familia que somos y tener siempre esa perspectiva.
If we look just from our own individual perspective, then the things that we see may be limited, you know, and how it affects us and pertaining to us.
Porque si nada más usamos nuestra perspectiva individual, todo lo vamos a ver solamente relacionados a nosotros como individuos y cómo nos afecta a nosotros.
But then on this level of collective, then there's, say like what we just seen happen in this meeting, you would see that happen, but then from a collective perspective, you would see much more. Like, not what is happening right now, right there, you would see what is happening as a result of this. Your vision would be expanded, not to just the here and now, but to be able to see, like, almost like foretelling the future type of thing.
Pero cuando se usa la perspectiva colectiva, un encuentro como el de hoy no es nada más ver cómo se beneficia en el aquí y ahora, sino que de hecho porque un encuentro así ocurre, se abre el horizonte y la perspectiva hacia un futuro de forma mucho más amplia.
So today can be used as, like what was said, as an educational, thing.
Entonces hoy puede ser utilizado como una experiencia educativa.
Because if you know, in the future, we will have a session addressing this where I can foresee these two different parties, the ones I was talking to and myself, sitting together to relate the unbelievable story of the last 50 years.
Porque yo puedo ver que en un futuro próximo, estas partes que estábamos conversando el día de hoy, nos vamos a sentar de nuevo para relatar la historia increíble de los últimos 50 años.
As you know, whatever is happening to and with the original peoples of Turtle Island, North and South, is what is going to affect the entire rest of the world.
Porque como saben, lo que ocurra con la Confederación de las 5 Naciones de la Gran Ley de la Paz va a influenciar el mundo entero.
Of course, in the positive way.
Obviamente hablando de cuestiones positivas.
Whenever we do things, whenever the original peoples do things, it's for the benefit of everyone. But as we know, that when any non-native people do anything, it's only for the benefit of themselves, the individual.
Porque cuando hacemos algo como pueblos originarios, lo hacemos con el objetivo de beneficiar a todo mundo, pero el mundo no nativo ha sido entrenado a hacer algo solamente por su propia ganancia y beneficio.
So what I'm seeing is a focus of energy.
Oh, wow, Valentina. Entonces lo que estoy viendo es un enfoque de energía.
And what this energy is that if in the room of genocide, something was happening and you didn't know about it, the doors were closed. This opens up the doors to it and it focuses on that scale of genocide, the energies of the negative and the positive.
Porque si estuviesen en la entrada de los hornos que los van a quemar los genocidas, bueno, el saber que hay energías positivas y negativas que pueden afectar el que ustedes vayan hacia los hornos o no, pues sería muy importante saber.
So in the past, if you're within a divided community, then while you're divided, no matter how much or you think you're in the right, you are only getting or addressing or seeing a limited amount of whatever the issue is that you think you're addressing.
Porque en el pasado, si están viviendo en una comunidad dividida, pues cada facción de esa división puede creer que son los que tienen la razón y que los demás no, pero en realidad nada más están agarrando su perspectiva de las cosas.
So here, this action of what took place here today in Kahnawake, this is going to bring an attention to the scale, to the fact of that there is still this thing going on of systemic, racial, colonial genocide.
Entonces, pues este encuentro, el hecho de que nos estemos hablando de nuevo entre estas divisiones, va a traer a la luz que estamos efectivamente todavía bajo el sistémico.
Seen this type of addressal in any of the other communities of the 5 nations along North Confederacy.
Y yo no he visto nada de este tipo en ninguna de las otras comunidades de la Confederación de las 5 Naciones.
I have not seen this in any other native communities.
No he visto nada así en ninguna de las otras comunidades nativas tampoco.
So it is a first in many ways.
Entonces es una primera en muchos sentidos.
And again, no matter what, it is something of a positive that is going to be affecting you in the very near future, one way or another.
Esto es algo que va a afectarnos de forma positiva, de una forma o de otra.
Yeah, so for myself, I can't really explain to you or describe to you the feeling, the sensation of rejuvenation that was experienced today.
Entonces ni siquiera te puedo decir cuál es el sentimiento de rejuvenecimiento o de alegría que se sintió o que se experimentó el día de hoy.
Now, the two women that we were talking to, they're a little bit older than me. They're not much older than me, maybe 4 or 5 years at the most. Patty, maybe 6 or 7.
Y las dos mujeres a las que estoy haciendo referencia son mayores que yo, pero no por mucho, tal vez unos 4 años, una, Patty tal vez unos 7.
You know that like when you're in school, you basically know the people of your age group, you know, in your grade. You don't really know so much the people who are older than you or younger than you.
Y bueno, ustedes saben, ¿no? Cuando están en la escuela, pues a veces nada más saben que pues la gente que está en su año tienen la misma edad, pero no saben realmente quién es más grande o más chico.
But this was of such a magnitude that everybody in all age groups on both sides, younger and older, are already affected. They're already being changed by what took place today. They didn't have to see it, but they're going to hear about it tomorrow.
Pero hay gente de la comunidad, tanto más grande como más chica, que ni siquiera tuvieron que haber estado en el encuentro, que ya están siendo cambiados por esto, y a lo mejor ni siquiera han oído de esto, pero en cuanto lo oigan mañana, ya van a cambiar.
So I don't know what the say like the energies of today are, you know, like in each nation, the interpretations they have of powers and energies.
Y no sé cuál sea la energía del día, porque como sabemos hay varios calendarios en las naciones y tienen nahuales en los que explican cuál es la energía del día.
But today here we were obviously in some kind of energy. It's like, of course, it's a law energy.
Pero hoy estábamos bajo una cierta energía que tal vez sería tal vez como una especie de energía de ley.
And it's a renewal energy.
Y es una energía de rejuvenecimiento.
And it would be like a day of action energy type of thing.
Y va a ser como un día de acción en el día. I just found one, because as you say, there's many, but in one, it's Tecpatl, which is Ataregoa, the big night. So it's 13 because it's also the numbers with the Nahuatl. So 13 means harmony, and Azaregoa means to cut with strength. And we are in the 13th days of transmutation, of transformation. So today is a day to cut with strength, with all of the past that has been a conflictive one, which will clear the transformation to bring the harmony in the living. Entonces le digo a Stuart que acabo de ir a buscar un calendario que tenemos en nuestro abuelito Isliocelo, y hoy es como se le conoce aquí el gran cuchillo, y estamos en la trecena de Miquitli, y el 13 es armonía, el Tecpatl significa firme para transformar y encontrar la armonía del vivir.
To speak open, freely, and truthfully, I'm pretty sure you would hear the same thing from the two women that were engaged with in that meeting, you know, like the two main people in the conversation with myself.
Y para ser honesto, yo creo que las dos mujeres que estaban en conversación conmigo estarían de acuerdo con eso.
I'm pretty sure, speak for them right now, and what, I say, what I had to go through today.
Estoy seguro de que estarían de acuerdo conmigo y que puedo inclusive estar certero de que ellas sabrían por qué tuve que pasar el día de hoy.
I had to act as Big Knife
Tuve que actuar como un gran cuchillo
and cut out a lot of corruptions of the past, cut it out of my mind, not allow these things to be at the forefront so that they get in the way of the words that will come out of my mouth to them.
y tuve que cortar corrupciones que podrían haberse albergado en mi cabeza, en mi espíritu, para no dejarlas salir, lo que pudiese haber puesto en detrimento las palabras que yo iba a decir.
I feel like something melting. You smell that?
¿No?
Is there anything back there on the fire?
No. Dice Stuart que huele que algo se está como derritiendo, entonces si hay algo en el fuego.
Okay, well, I smell it. So keep an eye out.
Maybe it's what they said about the tables.
What?
Maybe it's what Kerry say about the tables. What did you mention about the tables? Y le digo a Stuart que a lo mejor se trata de los cables, porque en el encuentro justamente Kerry decía que están quemando cables y que el olor de los cables quemados es horrible.
Anyways, I know that today that my mother and my father more so, would be very happy with the way that I conducted myself.
Y yo sé que tanto mi mamá como mi papá, sobre todo mi mamá, estaría bien contenta de la forma en la que hoy me comporte.
That I could have been the person that I have been for the past 50 years.
Y que pude haber sido la persona que he sido en los últimos 50 años.
And I could have been there ready to dig my heels in for a fight.
Y pude haber llegado listo con las armas para así empezar una guerra.
But instead, this is what I said, inside of me, I had to cut out some very big things to prevent them from being a hindrance to this communication.
Pero en lugar de eso tuve que cortar un montón de cosas dentro de mí para no dejarlas salir porque habrían sido un obstáculo para la comunicación.
So within my own self, my own thoughts today, I was Big Knife.
Entonces, dentro de mí mismo, en mis pensamientos, yo estaba utilizando el gran cuchillo.
And I know the same way that people on the other side, just to listen to me, the same way for me to listen to them based on the past, never would happen. I know that they had to bite the bullet also.
Y yo sé que del otro lado de la mesa, pues también ellos tuvieron que cortar cosas en lo que escuchaban y en lo que decían, porque para habernos sentado así, después de 50 años de división, pues ambas partes tuvieron que hacerlo.
So what we are seeing, what we have created without it even having to be identified.
Y lo que estamos viendo, lo que está siendo creado sin que tenga que ser dicho,
Is that we are creating a conflict resolution process.
Estamos creando un proceso de resolución de conflictos
That can be used as an educational tool to help other peoples, other nations in divisions to resolve their divisions.
que puede ser utilizado como un método de aprendizaje de resolución de conflictos para que otras naciones, otros pueblos puedan utilizarlo también para sanar sus divisiones.
So this is what I propose to everyone in Kahnawake.
Y esto es lo que yo le propongo a todo el mundo en Kahnawake
And this could be a template for every other native community.
y podría ser como una especie de esquema que toda comunidad nativa podría utilizar.
Is that we exploit the circumstances that the white man has inflicted upon us.
Y el hecho es explotar las circunstancias que el hombre blanco ha creado en nuestras comunidades.
We exploit our divisions
Explotamos nuestras divisiones
to the public level,
al nivel público.
where imagine this, that Kahnawake has basically, say, like a Kahnawake reality show.
Imagínense que, digamos, Kahnawake tendría como su espectáculo, ¿cómo se llama esto? Como el Big Brother de televisión en realidad,
Where it'll be from the perspective of each of the bodies participating.
y que sería como la perspectiva de las partes que participan.
So imagine first, there's in this show, it's presented as to the divisions, how it came about, how long, 50 years divided.
Entonces, primero se presentan las diferentes partes, cómo se crearon las divisiones en 50 años.
And then it be identified as that Kahnawake is in the process of healing and fighting off 500 years of systemic racial genocide and regrouping itself.
Y después se identifica que Kahnawake está sanando estos 50 años de división para volverse a unir.
So we present a reality show of a divided nation, a divided Kahnawake, in the process of healing and coming back together.
Entonces es un proceso de cómo una nación dividida, que es aquí la nación Kahnawake, vuelve a reunirse.
So it would be just like, say, people who watch hockey. You got your favorite hockey team, you root for this one, somebody else roots for that one.
Entonces sería un poco como cuando alguien ve un partido de béisbol, de básquetbol, de hockey, de lo que sea, pues hay quienes le van a este equipo y hay quienes le van a este otro.
And so we present this Kahnawake reality show, and people around the world would side with this group or that group, you know, with this division or that division, and they'd have cameras within that group or division, you know, throughout the day, throughout the week, seeing what's happening. And as they come to the meeting space, it's like gearing up for like the biggest playoff game of any season ever.
Entonces, pues va junta tras junta, la gente ovacionando a un lado y al otro, y al final, conforme se va construyendo el asunto, pues sería como llegar a los playoffs de cualquier partido.
And Kahnawake could promote this and become our own I wouldn't call it reality show, but our own history unfolding.
Y Kahnawake podría ser algo así, que no sea como el espectáculo de Kahnawake, sino su propia, este es un neologismo que no existe, ella historia, la historia de ella, es decir, todo lo que le ha pasado a la madre, a las madres, que no ha sido contado.
And so we create this this show, this documentary that could be ongoing, that could be the thing that even generates revenue for the peoples of Kahnawake in the healing and the pushing back of the systemic racial genocide that the white man has inflicted upon us.
Y creamos de esta forma inclusive una especie de ingreso para poder salir de esta división que el hombre blanco ha causado por nosotros, al mismo tiempo de que podemos ayudar a otros a hacer lo mismo.
We have here in the makings the ultimate reality show.
O sea, tenemos una realidad de televisión aquí en Kahnawake.
The original peoples of Turtle Island coming out of 500 years of systemic racial genocide.
Que sean los pueblos originarios de la isla de Tortuga que emergen de 500 años de genocidio.
That would be one hell of a show to watch.
Sería realmente todo un programa de televisión.
Could be like a mini docuseries.
Podría ser inclusive como unas miniseries documentales.
And there could be many spin-offs from, say, within each house that's participating. You show what this house is doing, what each house is doing.
Y podría ser, por ejemplo, mostrar cada parte de las casas, qué casa está haciendo qué.
So just within this house, if we had cameras with us on a daily basis, you would see the amount of business that flows through our house every day of the week.
Y en esta casa, si ustedes vieran, es decir, si hubiese cámaras, ustedes vieran la cantidad de asuntos que se manejan o gestionan a diario, estarían impresionados.
So this is a template that I'm talking about that can be then applied to any Native community or to any division in any society.
Y este es el esquema de el que estoy diciendo que podría ser aplicado a cualquier, no solamente comunidad nativa, sino cualquier comunidad.
And then after that, let's say that, I don't know, like this docu-series lasts, 10 episodes.
Y después de eso, digamos que esta serie documental dura 10 episodios.
Well, then, like, what happens after that? Is it just the end of the docu-series?
Pues, ¿qué pasa? Después ya es el fin.
No, from there, it could then expand as to what this united community, this united nation would do then in its outward expansion from there to expand genocidal healing, genocidal correction and healing to all original peoples, to all victims of the white man's systemic racial genocide.
Pues obviamente sería ahora como esta comunidad va a expandir esta sanación del genocidio colonial hacia otras comunidades.
You just think of the things that the world would learn about. They would learn first and foremost about a law of peace. They would learn of matrilineal authority, where the women are the authority within the nation.
Si piensan en lo que la gente aprendería de esto, pues un montón, porque aprenderían que las mujeres son la autoridad dentro de las naciones.
Yeah, so, yeah, there's all of that.
Y es mucho más que eso.
That is a lot of possibilities of what can be done. This actually goes into, say, what could be identified as an economic base, an economic foundation.
Y da inclusive algo que podría ser identificado como una base económica.
As a result of such a thing, Kahnawake would be the authority in the world on peace, as we already are, and therefore establish a university of the great peace.
Y como resultado, Kahnawake podría ser reconocido por lo que ya somos como los detentores de la gran ley de la paz y se podría crear una universidad de la gran paz.
Where other peoples can come to learn about how to establish peace, how to maintain it.
En la que otras comunidades, otras personas podrían venir a aprender cómo trabajar por la paz, cómo establecerla, cómo mantenerla.
Now, with the right, what would I call this? With the right direction, with the right creative minds, we can turn healing Kahnawake into an economic venture that we utilize as first and foremost a learning tool, but that people pay us for that learning tool to watch it, to observe it, to see how it works.
Y con la dirección adecuada podemos hacer que esta herramienta de aprendizaje pueda ser no solamente utilizado, sino que inclusive haya quienes puedan financiar el que esto sea expandido.
The ultimate reality show.
Es decir, la realidad real.
Yeah, okay, so this is what happened. This is the direction we're going here and what just took place in Kahnawake today.
Y eso es lo que pasó hoy en Kahnawake, la dirección hacia dónde va.
There is so much positive possibilities here.
Y hay tantas posibilidades positivas.
And just to the point of where, again, if you go back and look in the video of today and you'll see the people that I was talking with, if anybody in Kahnawake seen that, and then they see us hugging and they see us working together, this would just blow everybody's mind. It'd be overwhelming that people won't even actually believe it in Kahnawake.
Al punto en que si ustedes ven de nuevo el video, las personas con las que interactué y que al final nos abrazamos, pues todo el mundo no lo podría creer aquí en Kahnawake.
Okay, so yeah, no sense in going on in this though. It's going to continue on a moonly basis. We're going to gather again on the next full moon again, and yeah, it'll continue there, and you'll see it. You'll watch it transpire.
Y esto va a continuar en una base de cada luna llena, entonces nos vemos de nuevo en la próxima luna llena y de ahí veremos qué sí.
Yeah, okay, so if there's anything else anybody wants to address or bring up, we've had a long day already. We see that Valentina just joined us, and It's always good to see and hear from Valentina. So maybe, let's just take this time to find out. Valentina, what's going on with you?
Entonces, bueno, hay muchas cosas que podríamos seguir hablando, pero pues ya llevamos un ratito aquí. Obviamente vimos que Valentina entró y que si ella tiene algo que decir, siempre nos da muchísimo gusto. Estaba tratando de leer un mensajito que escribió. ¿Cómo te sientes, Vale?
¿Verdad? Aquí ando. Hola.
Tu casita tan bonita.
Hey, hey,
Hey. Bueno, pues lo siento, llegué tarde, así que como que no siento agarrar mucho el hilo del día de hoy, de la reconstitución. Siento que hay algo bueno que pasó en Kahnawake con Stuart, pero
I'm sorry that I made it late, so I really don't know what happened before. I just gathered that there's something really great that happened with Stuart with Kahnawake, but I don't know more than that.
yeah,
pero bueno,
something really, if you know the history of Kahnawake, something mind-blowing happened today.
Sí, entonces es un día de que pasó algo muy impresionante en la historia de Kahnawake. And just so you know, Valentina says that today is like her rest day because she's been very busy with everything that she's got to do, you know, so she was not necessarily thinking on talking, but, you know, like we are here. Nada más le estoy diciendo que acabo de leer tu mensajito de que estás cansada porque has estado trabaja y que hoy es tu día de descanso, entonces que nada más querías escuchar, pero bueno, ya que estamos aquí hablando.
sí,
You
sí,
got
sí.
no time to rest.
Dice, no tienes tiempo de descansar.
La verdad es que al mismo tiempo hay mucho que compartir, mucho que compartir, ¿no? Y se han sido dos semanas desde la última luna nueva en donde estuvimos en el círculo de partería de la Tierra, que desde cuando inició así la luna hasta ahorita que ya viene la luna llena ha sido pues todo un ciclo de mucho movimiento, pues, ¿no? Entonces, apenas estoy como tratando de procesar todo.
And at the same time, there's so many things to share because if we take into consideration from the new moon, when we have our circles of midwifery for the earth, till now that is coming to the full moon, it's been completely non-stop. So there's also, you know, you just need some time to like kind of like retrieve and say, okay, what's going on? Like to kind of like absorb or like make sense of everything that's going on because there's too much.
Ujú. He estado viniendo solo a dormir a casa y salgo temprano, entonces como que ahorita estoy nuevamente reconociéndome aquí en este espacio, en mi casita y bueno, pues contarles que estoy muy contenta porque las cosas van avanzando poco a poco, pero con mucha raíz y con mucho sostén. Estoy muy agradecida porque, bueno, así en resumen, pequeño resumen, pues ese día de la luna nueva, salí del círculo de partería de la Tierra y me fui a un parto de un bebé que estaba de 36 semanas, como prematuro, ¿no? Y entonces, pues fue muy bonito cómo se dio todo, sobre todo me gustó mucho el papá, que tenía muchísimos miedos y no se sentía como que quería listo para estar ahí, pero en el momento pues él movió un montón de cosas para recibir a su bebé. Entonces fue algo maravilloso, ¿no?
So from that day that we had the midwifery of the Earth Circle, it was the new moon. So right after that, I went to a delivery. And this delivery was what anybody would call a premature baby because he was like 6 weeks before the supposed due date. So the dad was like super anxious and worried, and he had a lot of fears of stuff like that. But when the moment arrived, that's what I loved the most. That he was like, okay, poof, like there was some kind of energy that aligning him, and he was like doing everything that was necessary just to welcome his baby.
Y bueno, voy a como sintetizar así lo que aprendí un poco de todo esto, porque, o más bien cómo fue el regalo de esa semana, que bueno, la doctora, la ginecóloga, pues que estaba respaldándonos, ella tenía como, pues decía, pues que tiene chiquito el bebé, pero que yo lo considerara. Entonces, ella como que confió mucho en mi decisión, entonces confió que todo estaba bien y que pudimos tener el bebé ahí, ¿no? Pero después, mientras yo estaba en ese parto, me llamaron para otro parto que realmente sí estaba esperando para esa fecha. Entonces, bueno, de este parto, de esta energía del parto, me fui a otra energía de parto de otro bebé y ese sí que fue un verdadero maratón de mucha energía, de muchas historias de familia, de muchos movimientos de casa, de muchas cosas que se movieron. Y creo que lo bonito es, o lo importante para mí fue que todo el tiempo me sentí con mucha, o sea, como mucha tranquilidad, ¿no? Porque además que era como caótico ir de un parto a otro y muchas cositas, pues todo se dio muy bien. Pero esta ginecóloga con la que ahora estoy siendo bastante aliada, en el sentido de que ella está apoyando la partería. Mientras yo estuve en el otro parto, ella hizo consultas posparto de la primera mamá y mientras estábamos en el otro parto que pues no se dio en casa, tuvimos que ir al hospital, ella nos recibió muy bien y el chiste es que como que hubo, por fin he sentido un equipo con una ginecóloga y ella me pidió un temazcal 2 días después. Entonces, 2 días después, yo y la ginecóloga nos metimos a sudar juntas al temazcal, en un temazcal que fue sola para nosotras, con dos primas de ella más que estaban de aquí y un compañero. Hicimos un rezo muy bonito de mujeres, pero sobre todo le hablé de la gran ley de la paz, justamente porque le conté que, pues que cada una estábamos haciendo lo que nos correspondía desde nuestro propio lugar. Ay, pero te dejo traducir.
Gracias. So, okay, I'm gonna try to do like a synthesis of everything that happened. So, with this little baby that was a premature one, we had foreseen to do it at home. But there was a gynecologist, a female one, that was, like I was amazed as to how open she was, and she was like, okay, you really want to have, the baby at home because it's 6 weeks before. So it's like, yeah, sure, okay. Well, she gave a lot of the space and room to let me do whatever was intended. So as I was in this delivery, then I received a call from another that was already scheduled, that was another delivery that I had to do. So I leave from this one after finishing running to the other one. And then it's another different energy because it is in the hospital, it's not at home. And
No.
there
No,
was
igual. Era un parto en casa, en una comunidad. Viajamos 1 hora para la comunidad para tener todo el trabajo de parto en casa y estuvimos 24 horas acompañando, pero el bebé no descendía, no bajó. Entonces tuvimos que ir al hospital.
just clarification on that. Yes, it was foreseen to be an at-home delivery, but we were working at it because it was actually in a community. So I had to travel there and we were working at it like for almost 24 hours, but the baby was just not coming down. So that's how we had to take the decision to go into the hospital. So while I'm in this delivery with this other baby and the hospital, then the gynecologist starts doing the postpartum consultations with the first baby. And then because we're in the hospital, we are with her as well. So there's like this kind of like synergy that is created between the back and forth of her work and my work, and that we are kind of like working together. And this is the first time that happens to me. So then she tells me, hey, I would like to do a sweat lodge. Well, I have a sweat lodge at my place. So 2 days after the delivery, I invite her to come to my place to have a sweat lodge, and it was just the two of us. We went into the sweat, we started sweating together, and I even started talking to her about the great law of peace. And I told her that's what is up to us now as life givers. We have to be doing the work from wherever we are at because that's what life brought us to. So we have to work for it from where we are at.
Ujú. Y bueno, nada más decirles que me siento muy contenta de tener una mujer ginecóloga de respaldo que apoya el parto de casa, pero que puede sudar y que puede entender cada vez más el trabajo de las parteras. Y esto es algo que he estado rezando muchísimo, pidiendo muchísimo, que podamos hacer nuestro trabajo desde un lugar con toda la confianza y muy bien respaldadas. Y bueno, la ginecóloga, pues además de que hizo un rezo muy bonito, de hecho, yo le di el agua, yo le entregué el agua para que ella ofrendara las piedras y le pedí que hiciera un rezo también. Y cuando la volteé a ver, vi la energía de la abuela Ixchel, o sea, yo sentí mucho que ella tiene una medicina muy potente también de la fertilidad. Y bueno, pues ahora estoy como, esa semana fue como festejar los dos nacimientos de los dos bebés, de dos niños, y también de mirar cómo entre mujeres, a pesar de que estamos en diferentes lugares, pues podemos también apoyarnos, ¿verdad?
And so it's great because it's been a while that I have been asking for it, praying for it, like waiting for some kind of like opening. And this is like this female gynecologist that is like open to that, that she's wanting to protect traditional midwifery, that she understands the importance of midwifery. And it's not only that, that she also is like, I want to sweat and let's do it and we can do it together. So when we were in the sweat, I actually handed her the water to offer the water to the stones, and she made like her words, her ceremony was beautiful as well. So it was just something to say, yes, it's happening, you know, like then women from wherever we are at, we can work for these things to be real.
Y la segunda semana, o sea, esta que acaba de pasar, les quiero contar que pues seguimos con el trabajo con las parteras en Tenejapa y que tuvimos 2 encuentros maravillosos llegaron 9 parteras más, ahorita ya tenemos un grupo de 20 parteras y está súper bonito porque todas se sienten, o sea, es el espacio que estamos creando con las parteras es un espacio muy diferente, en donde todas se sienten muy seguras y donde les conté de antes que hacemos como teatro para representar las diferentes cosas que las parteras y mujeres vivimos. Entonces estábamos hablando mucho de un tema que siempre nos cuesta, bueno, les cuesta a las parteras, que es el apego temprano, piel a piel, porque las mujeres que paren aquí en sus casas, paren con ropa. Entonces, cuando una mujer, una partera recibe al bebé, no se lo entrega directamente a la mamá, sino que lo recibe y se lo entrega a la abuela o a la suegra, a otra mujer mayor. Y ya después de todo un proceso de bañar al bebé, cambiarlo, después de un rato ya se lo entregan a la mujer. O sea, esto pasa mucho tiempo, ¿no? Y siempre ha sido un tema grande por el hecho de que las mujeres usan ropa, ¿no?
So the first week was basically all about celebrating, you know, the birth of the 2 little baby boys, because both of them were boys. So it was a very joyful week. So then the second week, we continued with the work of the midwives that we are doing in the communities. There's this community that is very close to me, that is Tanahapa. And there's 9 new midwives that joined the group. So now we have a 20 midwife group. And there's a subject that is always kind of delicate in the midwifery world, especially in the Native communities, and it is because there's this thing about the skin to skin with the baby. You know, as soon as the baby's born, you put the little baby on top of the mama, so they are in contact with skin. But what happens in the communities is that the women give birth with clothes. So usually when a midwife receives a little baby, the baby will be handed, well, cleaned and then handed to either the grandmother or the mother-in-law. And then it will take a while until the baby can be given to the mama that is dressed. So that's a
Y bueno, pues entonces eso es muy, se pierden muchos beneficios, tanto para el bebé como para la mamá, que no se haga el contacto piel a piel temprano, porque la mamá, pues obviamente también no libra la oxitocina que necesitaría liberar, no tiene el succión inmediato que le ayudaría a contraer el útero y prevenir o detener una hemorragia de sangre, ¿no? Que hubiese. Entonces la mamá se queda como que un poco desempoderada, ¿no? Porque no sabe dónde está su criatura, su cachorro, ¿no? Y por el otro lado, pues el bebé también necesita mucho ese calor, esa contención de su mamá, y también pues pierde muchas ventajas, o sea, pierde muchas cosas en cuanto a la seguridad, el calor, y si lo bañan, pues bueno, es todo un tema, ¿no? También si lo bañan, pues pierde mucho, pues otros beneficios de la grasa, de la piel, del calor, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, ese siempre es como un tema, pero ahora yo me estuve imaginando, porque muchas mujeres y muchas parteras que se hicieron parteras, en realidad empezaron atendiendo su propio parto solas, ¿no? Entonces yo empecé a preguntarles, oye, y de aquí, bueno, si este era un tema, ¿quiénes de ustedes recibieron a su propio bebé. ¿Y cómo
Okay.
fue? ¿No?
Uh-huh.
Es
So
más o-
there is when there is not the skin to skin done directly, immediately, let's say, there's a lot of benefits that the mom and the baby lose. The mom won't have, for example, just the oxytocin release from within her brain to immediately have her baby in her arms, because the baby will normally try to go and suckle the breast milk. If the mom is not immediately breastfeeding, the uterus won't be able to contract itself as fast as it usually would. So that's on the mom side, and then on the baby side, the baby will be, oh, well, of course, the mom will be lost, you know, it's like her whole body and her whole spirit is going to be like, where is my baby? You know, it's like, it's obvious that the mom needs the baby there, and the baby too will be wondering, where is my mom? Or is the only thing I know, where is she? And then, for example, if the baby is washed, then there will be a lot of stuff about the water, about the fat that are going to be lost. And all of the benefits also of the oxytocin being freed on her, on him or her from the mom. So anyways, it's not necessarily good to have them not have skin to skin as soon as possible. So that's one subject. And then what I've realized a lot in this path is that many of the women that actually become midwives is because they themselves tended to their own delivery by themselves. So then that's the question that I was asking the midwives, like, did any of you like tended to your own delivery by yourself?
Pues muchas parteras dijeron que sí, que ellas habían atendido su parto. Entonces yo me preguntaba, bueno, entonces ¿tuvieron contacto piel a piel o dejaron el bebé ahí o a quién se lo entregaron si estaban solas, ¿no? Entonces una de las parteras que llegó, que no es, que nunca había visto, que llegó y que quería participar mucho, luego tomó el espacio que estábamos usando para hacer las teatralizaciones y ella no narró, sino actuó su parto cuando ella recibió su bebé por sí misma, ¿no? Y fue, bueno, hablaba un poquito, pero actuaba tan bien, lo hacía todo tan así, tan real, que parecía que lo estábamos viviendo y en realidad nos contó que ella estaba hincada, recibió a su bebé, lo puso al lado y luego con la silla estaba masajeándose para sacar la placenta. Pero después movió hacia el bebé y de repente se cae, o sea, ella se tira al piso porque se había desmayado de un sangrado muy grande y luego tenía un palo en el que estaba tratando de pedir ayuda, entonces se levanta con el palo y sale de su casa, así, pero actuando como estaba toda, para pedirle ayuda a los vecinos porque ella se estaba desangrando y el bebé estaba así solito, ¿no? Entonces fue muy fuerte porque en realidad pues el caso que ella nos contó, bueno, que nos contó, que nos expresó en su cuerpo, fue un caso muy común en muchas parteras, ¿no? En donde tienen que estar solas y pedir ayuda a los vecinos porque están, pues, solitas, pues, ¿no?
Wow. And so when I asked this question, what I forgot to translate is that there were stuff that they were doing in the workshops, like with theater. So like the midwives will be expressing stuff through theater. That's me that forgot to translate. So now I come back to what Valentina was saying. So in the question, there's this midwife that I had never seen for like before. And then she wanted to participate a lot. So when I asked that question, then she starts enacting what she lived while delivering her own baby. So she literally shows us with her movements that she was on her knees while she delivered her baby. She put her baby on the side, and then with the chair, she was like massaging herself to make the placenta come out of her. But then she started bleeding a lot. So then she falls on the ground because of the excessive bleeding. Then she realizes that she needs to do something. So then she's got like a stick which she tries to utilize to just like be able to put herself back up. And then she's going outside, like how she's bleeding, trying to go outside to ask for help to the neighbors. So that's like something that can be reoccurring if, like, you know, a midwife or a woman is alone by themselves giving birth and stuff like that happen, and then they are forced to, like, you know, get help while the baby's out there alone.
Ujú. Bueno, y fue, bueno, en muchos sentidos fue increíble porque pues a ella no la conocíamos y hizo una actuación que todos lloramos porque se sentía que ella estaba realmente reconstruyendo, reviviendo como casi una terapia todo lo que todo lo que había pasado. Y luego le preguntamos, bueno, pero como había escuchado un poco lo que hablábamos de piel a piel, nos dijo, la verdad creo es que si me hubiera puesto mi bebé en el chichi, no hubiera sangrado, ¿no? O sea, ella misma fue la que lo dijo, ¿no?
And so we were all completely like so touched and moved, even we were all crying because it was almost maybe like a therapy for her to be reenacting like what happened. And then after a while, she even said it herself, maybe if I had put my baby immediately after the baby was born on my breast, so the baby started suckling, well, maybe I would have not bled as much as I did. So that's something that she acknowledged afterwards.
Y bueno, pues así estamos continuando con el trabajo, la verdad que está maravilloso, estoy muy contenta, estoy poniendo mucha energía, muchísima. Y creo que el grupo está como con mucha confianza entre ellas, se abrazan. Siento que ya rompimos muchas barreras de celos, de no querer compartir, de religión, de partidos políticos. Creo que estamos encontrando ese espacio, realmente ese entorno de mucha confianza entre parteras. Y eso me emociona muchísimo. Les presentamos un video que ya estaba, o sea, estamos realmente, ellos están confiando en el trabajo que estamos haciendo y pues eso para mí es así como una ganancia enorme, ¿no? De hacer algo creativo, entre mujeres, bonitos, muy profundo, que también pues es una hasta terapia y que pues estamos todas motivadas, o sea que vamos porque queremos, básicamente, ¿no? No porque nos pagan ni nada de esto.
So I feel like with the midwives, what we are doing is like we have transcended any kind of, let's say, barriers of political parties or religions or jealousies or like, oh, I don't want to share or I don't want to tell you or stuff like that. It's like we've really become like a group in which now we hug each other. You can tell there's love amongst everybody, and it's something that everybody goes to because they want to, you know, it's not something that they are being paid for going or anything. It's like, I love doing something that is helping everybody, that is creative, that is bringing everybody's sensibilities and awareness to the front. So this has been just like really beautiful day.
Entonces, pues eso, solo quería compartir que desde mi partería, como con el trabajo de las parteras, pues este año está brillando mucho y estoy muy contenta, ¿no? De compartirlo con ustedes y que, bueno, pues ojalá que podamos seguir construyendo más allá que un grupo de talleres, más, pues realmente un consejo, ¿no? Y como que todavía estoy pensando cómo vamos a empezar ya a hablar de esto, cuando ya lo tenemos en el centro, cuando ya es parte de nosotros, pero cómo podemos establecer algo que pueda ser un poco más trascendente, todavía más fuera de lo que pensamos, ¿no?
And so, in a nutshell, that's it. You know, it's like I'm super happy, and like when we have like the circles, a lot of this work with the midwives is just like growing. It feels so good. So I'm just wondering, you know, okay, I'm just looking forward to the moment that we are going to be able to actually act as a council, like to constitute a council. So this work, you know, that we're having in the workshops with this group, I would like it just to be extended, you know, so that it grows. So, well, that's where he's at.
Wow. You know, everything you just described, I can say that's the opposite side of the coin of where I'm at. You're a midwife, you're bringing babies into the world, and everything is getting happy, everything you're describing. And here, I'm doing kind of the same thing. I'm like mid-husbanding, bringing a new life into the world through what's happening here, this inadvertent reunification process. And everybody's happy. and everybody's there because they want to be, because they're doing good, and us also. Last time, we were just shaking hands, but this time today, we're hugging and we're happy and we're holding each other.
Y bueno, es como casi estás haciendo como el otro lado de donde yo estoy, es decir, tú eres la dadora de vida, que está con las parteras, que está creando esta belleza, esta armonía, este amor, y yo me siento así como si estuviera un poco, bueno, es que ya ves que en inglés es un juego de palabras de midwife, mid husband, como media esposa, medio esposo, estoy diciendo medio esposeando, no sé cómo diríamos eso en, en español, pero se siente medio parterito, digamos, de una unificación de su pueblo que no se la esperaba, pues, que él mismo ya ni la creía.
So there's an alignment that we're experiencing. You in what you described, and here in the same thing. We're having this alignment happen in the north, in the south. It's happening at all points in between. We are being prepared for what is going to happen, what is going to be ushered in on the 8th of April.
Entonces estamos viviendo como un alineamiento de lo que tú haces, lo que nosotros hacemos y que nos está preparando para lo que viene el día del eclipse del 8 de abril.
And everybody, well, I won't say everyone on earth, but all people who have the desire for love, for peace, for healing, that all these people are all seemingly preparing or are prepared for what is happening, what's going to happen on April 8th.
Y no diría todo mundo en la tierra, pero los que están buscando algo que se pueda crear más amor, más conciencia, más paz, más armonía, todo mundo va a estar atento a eso, va a estar alineado en sus corazones y sus mentes a lo que ocurra el 8 de abril.
So without us knowing, we're all working basically on the same thing. It's just little different departments we're in, but we're all working on the same baby to bring the same love into the world.
Y sin saberlo, estamos como trabajando en distintos departamentos, pero para pues que este bebecito pueda venir al mundo, es decir, ayudando a dar a luz esta nueva vida.
So I'm very happy to hear everything that you just related of how you're starting, how the midwives are growing.
Y estoy re contento de escuchar todo lo que acabas de compartir, de cómo las parteras están creciendo juntas.
For me, you being here today and everything that you related is a confirmation as to what we are seeing, the vein that we are flowing in, what we identify is transpiring, what's going to happen on the 8th. We see everything just coming together. Your information is just coming together. Everything is just seemingly working so perfectly.
Y es como todo se está conjuntando para que lo que ocurra el 8, es decir, todo está como sintonizándose perfectamente.
Yeah, so we're happy here. I'm happy today. It looks like you're happy. You got your day off, and we're gonna continue just in this happiness today, like to ride it out, ride the wave.
Y yo estoy contento, se ve que tú estás contenta, ya tuviste un día libre y bueno, vamos a seguir en esta energía, ¿no? Y así como que encima de la ola.
But there's also some that I gather in what you relayed about the sweat lodge.
Y algo de lo que hablaste del temazcal.
What we have said, and what I know in the fiber of my being is that on April 8th, on the total solar eclipse, I say every woman on earth has to focus their attention on bringing the great peace, bringing this baby of love, of collective love back into the world.
Lo que yo diría es que para el 8 de abril, cada mujer, cada dadora de vida en su corazón, en su ser, tiene que enfocarse en traer al mundo esta nueva vida de paz y de amor.
So we have said that on that day, throughout the path of total love, of the total solar eclipse, there is only one place in that entire path where the people are going to be renewing or reciting original instruction, and that's here within the recital of the Great Law of Peace.
Y lo que yo digo constantemente es que en ese camino del amor, lo que le llaman el camino de la totalidad, va a haber un lugar que va a estar enfocándose en recitar la gran ley de la paz, y ese lugar es aquí.
And so, quite literally, on that day, physically, you even have to look in this direction. You physically have to be looking here to the north, like from where you're at. Look to where Kahnawake would be.
Entonces ese día sería importante concentrarse, por ejemplo, si donde tú estás, en dónde está el norte, para como ver hacia dónde está Kahnawake.
And we say it's precisely the act that you do, that we have to help our mother, push and pull. We have to help with the contractions, because within that moon, the fourth moon, this is identity that is being built within the baby. So we all have to focus love identity, peace, happiness, no war, no aggression, no anger.
Y sería realmente hacer como el trabajo que tú haces, el ayudar a la mamá en las contracciones, ver la posición, masajearla, etcétera, y que el espíritu que tienes que tener es como de total paz, de total armonía. Entonces no puede haber nada de agresividad, de pensamientos de guerra, nada por el estilo.
So when you spoke of the ceremony that you've done together, and that you even spoke to her of the Great Law of Peace, that this is precisely what we identify, what we know, that all women, all life givers on earth, even if they don't hear about it, on that day, every life giver is going to know where to focus their energy, where they're going to know that something is happening in the world.
Entonces, si, por ejemplo, hablaste del temazcal y de cómo hicieron su ceremonia juntas, y que inclusive le hablaste de la gran ley de la paz, pues es en eso justamente, en que cada mujer tiene que concentrarse en la paz, y a pesar de que nunca hayan escuchado hablar de la gran ley de la paz, nada más saber que hay una forma, un método, algo que ya existe para lograrlo.
Are you anywhere near the path of totality of the total solar eclipse that's going to be passing through on April 8th?
¿Tú estás cerquita de algún punto en el que el eclipse vaya a poderse ver?
Creo que no, creo que es más en el norte, pero voy a investigar bien. Yo entendí que es más hacia el norte. Ujú.
I don't think so. I think it is more up to the north. I'm gonna really look for it, but I think it is more of the north. Yeah.
Okay, because I know that the trajectory takes it from the west coast of Mexico, and I think it's coming onto land within the parallel or longitude of Mexico City, traveling up and coming into like around so-called Texas.
Porque lo que vi en las imágenes es que sale de la costa del Pacífico de México y sube hacia lo que es Texas.
Anyways, you should look into the path of totality, see if it's anywhere close enough to you, you know, like where you can travel to it.
Y bueno, si te quedara cerquita que pudieses viajar a algún lado.
If you can't, doesn't matter. I mean, it's still going to be happening anyways, and you can still focus your energy on, like, if I was a man outside of the birthing room and birth is going on in there, I could still focus my energy on that, even though I'm outside of it.
Y bueno, aunque no lo veas así literalmente, de todas maneras va a ocurrir. Entonces sería el equivalente de como no, las parteras van a estar dentro con la mamá dando a luz, pero afuera va a haber gente que puede ayudar, y que sin esta gente de apoyo no se podría.
So we're all bringing babies into this world. You are bringing real life babies. We are bringing in movements, births within a collective within the nation.
Entonces estamos trayendo bebecitos, tú bebecitos verdaderos, reales, y de acá como movimientos para algo colectivo que genere la paz.
So in one way, we are kind of parallel thinking in the things that we are living.
Entonces, de una forma o de otra, estamos como pensando en paralelo en lo que estamos viviendo.
Anyways, it's just really good feeling. Really good it's like an anxiousness to see what's gonna happen next. Like, there's an anxiousness. We know something is gonna happen, you know, something good is coming tomorrow. Something good this afternoon, and it's like it's like as if we're chasing after that thing. Like we're not existing for anything else except for this good thing that's gonna happen. Like the way that you would exist, say, like, I don't know, maybe a week or two before a birth that you're gonna be. It's like everything in your mind is just focused on that.
Y es un buen sentimiento, es así como saber que hay algo bueno que viene, entonces nada más estamos como atentos, ah, ya viene lo bueno y así es, ¿no? Entonces es como, así como seguramente cuando estás esperando que venga un bebecito, ¿no?
Now, mind you, in the gestation this year, of course, when you start at the midwinter, 9 moons is not April 8th. That's only 4 moons. That's half of a pregnancy.
But you know what we were counting? That actually on the 9th, on April the 8th, is going to be our 9th circle of midwifery of the earth. Entonces dice, bueno, obviamente cuando es el eclipse de sol va a ser la cuarta luna nueva, entonces no es las 9 lunas, estamos lejos del proceso final de gestación, pero le comento que nos dimos cuenta que nuestros círculos de partería va a coincidir con ser el 9º círculo, esa luna nueva.
So anyways, in this 4th moon, as you know, there's a total solar eclipse. The rest of the world calls it a total whatever. We call it the total path of love.
Y bueno, el mundo para ellos le llaman el camino de la totalidad, algo así, pero nosotros lo llamamos el camino del amor.
Because it's giving birth to love. It's creating love in the identity of the being, the baby.
Porque es dar amor, es decir, crear la identidad en el bebecito.
And then, I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but in the 9th moon, in September, there's going to be another, it's going to be a lunar eclipse in the 9th moon.
Y no sé si sabes que en la 9ª luna va a haber un eclipse lunar, y que por cierto, hoy también hay un eclipse lunar.
So on the 8th, which is the 4th new moon, 4th new moon, that it's identity being created.
Entonces, en la 4ª luna es la identidad, ¿no? Las huellas digitales, lo que se está creando en el bebecito.
Which is why we focus on saying every woman on earth, because every woman must focus their love. They must manifest love.
Por eso es la identidad, y la identidad de una dadora de vida es el amor. Por eso decimos que cada dadora de vida debe de concentrarse y enfocarse en el amor.
And then in the 9th moon, at the end of this gestation process, there is going to be a baby.
Y al final de este proceso de gestación, en la 9ª luna, va a haber un bebecito.
So this year, we'll have everyone on earth know and understand that 1 or 2 things is going to happen.
Y entonces este año todo el mundo va a poder ver que una de 2 cosas va a pasar.
We are either going to collectively give birth to love, peace, and happiness in this world, or else the insanity of what we are currently seeing, war, is going to engulf us all completely. So it's 1 or the 2, and it is our choice.
Ya sea damos a luz a amor, felicidad y paz, o si no, va a ser la guerra la que va a tomar todo el control. Entonces va a ser realmente nuestra elección lo que ocurra.
Okay, anyways, now that you're here, we get all of this stuff out of the way of the business that we done. Is there anybody that wants to address, even just to say, hey, Valentina, or whatever? If there is, now's the time. Take this time to give your personal greetings, and then I think maybe we'll be looking at closing up.
Y ya que estamos aquí, si hay alguien que quiera decirle algo a Valentina, aunque sea nada más saludarla, adelante. Y ya después de eso, pues yo creo que ya podríamos empezar a ver el cierre.
So we're going to start from within here first.
Entonces empezamos aquí primero.
So I'm going to say, hey, Valentina.
Entonces voy a decirte, hola, Valentina.
When we know of all the herstory of knowing each other, that we have come quite a long ways.
Y cuando conocemos toda la ella historia, sabemos que tenemos un gran camino.
Everything that we do know of you, you have come a long ways. We've watched you, we've listened to you, we've seen you grow, we've seen you become something more than what you were before.
Y todo lo que hemos visto y aprendido de ti, te hemos observado cómo has crecido, cómo has evolucionado, en qué te has transformado.
And it's just beautiful to know that because we know you to the degree that we do, we know that like the type of person that you are. Because of this, we know that it's like we can rest comfortably knowing that you're out there and you're bringing the babies into the world and you're going to do it the right way.
Y es hermoso saber que haciendo lo que haces es como si podemos descansar porque ahí vas a estar trayendo bebecitos al mundo de la forma correcta.
So, Nyawagoa, because you are doing big work.
Entonces, mi aguagoa porque estás haciendo un gran trabajo.
And I can say that even my father would be very happy today to give his greetings to you also.
Y puedo decir que inclusive mi papá estaría bien feliz y te estaría saludando hoy.
So that's my greetings to you. So let's move through here and then we'll move anybody out there if they want to give their greetings.
Entonces, esos son mis saludos y vamos a pasar por aquí si alguien quiere.
Hola Valentina, qué lindo verte. I'm just gonna do it in English. So I'm Marie-Claude, great-granddaughter of Marie-Louise, granddaughter of Lisette, daughter of Austin, temporary Bear Clan representative in the Life Givers Nation. Just to acknowledge your amazing mission in this world. You inspire so many of us, all of us really, all life givers. You open the path in such a beautiful, loving way. It's such an inspiration to see your growth, your spectacular growth.
Mariclo se presenta de forma matrilineal y le dice a Valentina que es hermoso verla y sobre todo ser testigo de ver ese crecimiento tan espectacular y que ella es una inspiración para todo el mundo. Es como si casi todo el mundo quisiera ser como ella.
And acknowledging also the beautiful impact you had in the Life Givers Nation, expanding that beautiful work where the midwife that is now considering and joining the nation, she dreams of you. You are her inspiration. So thank you so much for everything you do, Valentina, and we look forward to seeing you and hug you.
Reconociendo tu gran trabajo y labor de impacto que has tenido también sobre la Nación de Dadoras de Vida, porque ya ves con esta partera que se unió al grupo de los círculos, ella parece que sueña contigo, entonces a lo mejor también se une a la Nación de Dadoras de Vida, entonces de cómo todo esto crece. Gracias por todo ese trabajo.
Gracias, Maricla.
Ay, pues yo también voy a tener que decirte palabritas bonitas.
Wow.
Te quiero decir que te la
Gracias.
pasas súper bonito. Bueno, primero me tengo que presentar. Soy Edith, la hija de Soco, la nieta de Panchita, la bisnieta de Celsa, de la nación zapoteca y nacida en territorio náhuatl. Y te quiero desear que te la pases súper bonito con Malia, ahora que vaya, que disfruten muchísimo del tiempo juntas y que ojalá que podamos conectar una vez que esté allá ella contigo, que también tenemos muchísimas ganas de conectar con las parteras para poder hablar justamente de matrilinealidad, que tenemos unas ganas de este trabajo. Entonces nada más me da como, exactamente como decía Stuart, ¿no? Ay, viene algo más bueno, y estoy ya toda emocionada. Y por favor, un gran abrazo a tu papi. Siempre me acuerdo de él, espero que esté muy bien. Y,
Ay, Edith.
My name is Edith. I am the daughter of Soco, granddaughter of Panchita, great-granddaughter of Celsa from the Zapotec Nation, born in Mexica territories. And I just want to tell Valentina also beautiful words in the sense that I know that she's going to have a great time down there when Malia goes and visit her. And I'm wishing them like a good time together. That I'm looking forward if they can connect with us once so they can, just say what they are living together. And that we are also looking forward for her to have the opportunity to connect with the midwives and the longhouse so that we can just, talk about maternity with them. And it's a little bit like when we're saying, oh, this is coming and it's exciting. Well, that's exactly the excitement that I'm feeling. So thank you for everything that you do. And a big, big hi to your dad, because I often think of him and I hope that he's doing good and a lot of love.
Yeah.
Elsa,
Somebody
yes,
Elsa.
Elsa.
Ay, Elsa.
Go ahead, Elsa, your
She's trying to
microphone is
unmute,
blocked.
don't pressure her.
What?
She's trying to unmute, so don't pressure her. Nada más darle un segundito a
Hey,
Elsa
don't pressure her.
para que pueda, para que pueda quitarse los mudos del micrófono.
Okay. First I told you and never put something for me, and it just takes me longer.
But seriously, Elsa, I didn't do it. So this is the second time that this happens. So there's something really weird happening because I never do it. The only thing that I did was to spotlight you. I didn't press that at all.
Something is happening because I don't need that.
Yeah, and we know that you don't. That's why I never do that. That's why I'm saying that's something really weird
Right.
because it wasn't me.
Hola, Valentina. Mucho amor para tú. I'm a daughter of Lisa, granddaughter of Leah, great granddaughter of Adelina. In the Women's Nation, I'm temporary part-time member.
Elsa se presenta de forma matrilineal, mencionando a su mami y a su abuelita y diciendo que es miembro temporal del clan del oso, la nación de dadoras de vida.
Valentina, I want to give thanks to you and also acknowledge the fact that you have grown. Like Stewart said, you're bigger than reality right now. And the work that you do to bring babies and make think in feeding the space, making the space for love grow is tremendously important, really important for the whole planet. You know, male dominance is trying to push down the woman, push down matrilineal from its seat of authority. And on the other side, you have true beings like you
Entonces Elsa se presenta de forma matrilineal y a eso ya lo dije. Entonces dice que está muy contenta por ti y sobre todo porque tú ayudas a traer a bebecitos al mundo y a crear espacio para el amor. Y ahora que la identidad matrilineal está siendo extremadamente atacada, ese trabajo que tú haces es precioso, es fundamental.
So yeah, on the other hand, you have two beings like you helping mothers while the helpings come on to stay on her authority and to push with the love and new babies. So,
Y como del otro lado hay gente que es verdaderos seres como tú, que están empujando para evitar que esta autoridad matrilineal sea desplazada, pues entonces muchísimas gracias, porque realmente son los bebecitos los que se benefician de esto. Muy muchas gracias.
Yeah.
Pues, ¿puedo decir algo rápido? Pues no quería presentarme de forma matrilineal también. Mi nombre es Valentina, soy hija de Laura, nieta de Alicia y bisnieta de Isaura, de la nación, bueno, mis ancestras de la nación purépecha y náhuatl, pero nacida y crecida en territorio maya. Y pues muy vinculada, gracias a la vida, con el territorio Kaningehaga y con la nación y pues con con ustedes principalmente, ¿no? Y me siento pues muy conmovida, ¿no? De entrar a este espacio y sentir todo este amor que yo sé que lo sentimos, lo compartimos como una esperanza y con una visión realmente de que todo lo que pensamos lo podemos hacer y lo estamos haciendo. Y abriendo ese espacio aquí, pues sí, como dicen, es una lucha, pero también no se podría hacer sin ustedes, la verdad, sin la ayuda de ustedes, sin el acompañamiento de ustedes y sobre todo siento que están, cuando voy a los partos, cuando estamos entrelazados y realmente les agradezco mucho por todo este acompañamiento a la Casa Larga y a las dadoras de vida, porque siento que energéticamente, en la fuerza y en la forma en que se están haciendo las cosas, tiene otra calidad y tiene otro impulso y tiene otra forma de ser gracias a que para que están conmigo. Y que agradecerles mucho. Mi huevo.
Tina says that she also needs to say a few words if we allow her. So she didn't introduce herself in the matrilineal way. So she mentions her mama and her grandma, and that from her ancestry, she's got Purepecha and Nahuatl nations. She was born in the territory of Chiapas, and that she feels so happy to be so enveloped in this love, and she wants